Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of Joy Forum 2025. I am Ranim Boukhzam. Yesterday was filled with inspirational and fascinating conversations, but day two also promises even more engaging sessions and memorable moments. If you thought yesterday was amazing, wait till you see today, and let's go to the agenda and check it out together. First, we're starting with stage architects with Faisal Bafarat, CEO of the General Entertainment Authority in Saudi Arabia, Iris Knobloch and Ryan Seacrest. With them, we're gonna see how they designed the magic that fills our screens and stages. They are leaders and architects in the entertainment business. Second session, the founder operators. When vision meets hustle, empires rise. Gary V, Damon John, and Piers Morgan, they share how they built it all. The global match for sports and entertainment is our third session for today. From streaming to stadiums, the worlds of sport and showbiz collide. With Piers Morgan leading the talk, expect fireworks, along with Mike Sneesby, Shay Sagav, Gabe Spitzer, and Phil Marshall. Theme parks and theme cities, guys, fasten your seatbelts. This ride takes us through the world's most creative destinations where imagination builds cities of joy, and we all love theme parks, don't we? Moving on to the second part of the day. Our fifth session for the second day of Joy Forum is titled East to West. Bollywood fans, this one is for you. Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, and Amir Khan, along with the wonderful Razan Jamal. We're gonna see Bollywood royalty take the stage and bridge worlds through the power of film. Our sixth session, Skill, Talent, or Culture. When talent, innovation, and culture meet, creativity knows no borders, and we're gonna dive into the art that connects us all during this session. Last but not least, artists' rights and royalties in the AI era. This is the conversation that is driving most of the talks nowadays. In a world where AI can sing, who owns the song? Music's biggest minds share how to keep artists in control, with Salim Al-Hindi, Lilia Parsa, Alfonso Perez Soto, and Mo Islam. And the closing remarks will be delivered by Faisal Bafarat, Piers Morgan, and Mo Islam. And that way, we will be closing 2 days of the amazing Joy Forum 2025. And as I said before, yesterday was filled with memorable moments and inspirational talks. If you missed any of it, let's go through the best bits.
I really feel like I'm an example and a testament that everything is possible. I came from war-torn country. My father put a $10 bill at the time when I was 12 on our table and sat me and my mother and two younger brothers and said, "This is all we got." We were going through the second war in our lives at the time. And he said, "You know, we are under sanctions, under embargo. If you really want to play this expensive individual sport, you have to step it up." And I was 12 at the time, so I had to mature much earlier than I was supposed to.
Growing up, I was always a dreamer. You know, they say that before you become great, you have to see what greatness is. We're all familiar with Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan. I want what they had. So for me, it was a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of preparation. And once I had the opportunity to smell greatness, I just went after it. You know, I grew up watching karate movies, and what I learned from the karate movies is that at some point the student must kill the master to become the master.
3 weeks while I'm out here. I'm really hardcore. And I told him I got this oxygen tank in Abu Dhabi. You have the vision. You have to start with a vision, and then you jump on the path and you grind until it becomes a reality. And now here I am again. You know, there's all this talk flying around in the boxing world, and you know, I'm telling people again what I'm going to do, and we will do it over the next 5 years.
So it really is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
100%. That's exactly right. It is laying out the vision and then diving in head first and willing it and working it and grinding it until it happens.
Yeah, good day, good day.
All right, let's do it.
Here, man.
Nick, you want to lead the way?
Let's go. When it gets hard, it's going to get hard. It's definitely going to get hard. And it's going to be a point where nothing's growing. It might be a point where you have no viewers, you know. I started off with no viewers. So when you get to that point, that wall, like that wall breaker, it happens to everybody, every creator out there who wants to do this. You know, you just got to push through that, try something new, and keep going. You know, you got to find a new lane. So I started off with 0 viewers, 1 viewer, but I kept going, so.
You should, my biggest thing has always been surround yourself with people who make you what you want to be. You know, obviously if you spent, you know, the next year, a couple hours a day with me and Speed, you would naturally be infinitely more successful as a content creator. You don't have that ability, but who are the people, you know, the people who go to your school or in your friend group that you can surround yourself with that will push you to be the version of you that, you know, would actually be successful in that. So really, you know, if your closest friends, you know, don't care at all about social media or being successful in that regard, then the probability of you succeeding is infinitely lower. So I would start with who are you around, what kind of stuff are you consuming, and then when you do get into creating content, find something that you deeply enjoy because, yeah, it's if you look at the data, the #1 most coveted job in developed societies is people want to be a YouTuber.
I'll never forget the first time, you know, I started really getting into my comments, and I saw one, you know, it's like, hey, Terry, you stink. I was like, I'm Mr. Old Spice. So
I was saying, and then he did an Old Spice commercial.
It's like, but then...
Wait, actually, on that, can you still do the peck thing from the Old Spice commercial?
That's how I opened the show.
I gotta learn that one.
Wait, how many
you gotta teach me that.
I will.
How many of you...
Put your hands together and just squeeze them together like this. Look at that. It's moving. They're moving. Just squeeze your hands together. There.
This is the riveting stuff they came here for.
Well, Terry Crews never fails to fill us with joy. One of our amazing and fascinating and inspirational guests, his session yesterday was amazing, I loved it, is Novak Djokovic. He is so busy because he's taking part in the 6 Kings Slam tennis tournament in Riyadh this week. You shouldn't miss this. However, he had time off of his busy schedule yesterday to catch up with my colleagues, Suha and Faisal. Let's hear what he told them.
Welcome again. I have the tennis legend, Novak. Great to have you here. Enjoy your form. And after 3 hours at the court, welcome Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Obviously, a busy day today with my first match tonight at the 6 Kings Slam, and then the Joy Forum inaugural year. It's been an amazing experience, obviously sharing the stage with Dana White, Shaquille O'Neal, and of course Max. I mean, it's fantastic to be able to reflect a little bit on our careers, on personalities, on brand and businesses and legacy, and just how do we see the world of sport, you know. And there's, I think after being on a stage for almost an hour with them, you know, my conclusion is that there's many more things that bring us together that are very similar in our sports that separate us. So it's been a great experience.
That's amazing. How do you see the role of a Joy Forum? How does it shape the industry of not only entertainment, we're talking sports and many other fields?
Well, I think that the forums are very important. The conferences are very important. Try to bring people from around the world that will tell their stories, and something that you maybe don't necessarily hear about when you listen to them speak to media. Because when you sit down, and especially if you're sharing a stage with some of the greatest in their respective industries and very successful people, then you know you're up for one very exciting event where you can learn a lot. You can take away some of the things that you can use in your life, in your business, with your private life, your personal life, your approach to life, and I think that's why Joy Forum is so important, for Riyadh, for Saudi Arabia, and just in general internationally for all of us.
And tell us more about the King's Slam. What are your expectations tonight?
Well, you always want to win.
See the smile. We can see the big smile.
Of course, you always want to win.
We want you to win.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm playing, Sinner, who is obviously the best in the world with Alcaraz, and it's going to be very tough. But in the end of the day, still at 38, I'm, being there and playing at the top of the game and just trying to give these guys a run for their money. I'm not gonna let anybody win. I'm gonna always, fight till the last ball. And tennis still gives me so much joy. It gives me suffering, but at the same time, the passion and love that I feel and I can transmit and share, hopefully, with people in Riyadh, that's the most important to me.
You have a big fan base here, right?
I have seen that last year, and I'm extremely grateful for all the support that I've been getting. Last year, I played my greatest rival, Nadal, in his basically last match together on the court, and it was a beautiful moment that we shared together in front of the full stadium of a lot of young people that I didn't know how much tennis is followed here. So I invite everybody to come, hopefully, tonight and in a few nights as well.
I can call myself a beginner. I tried training tennis for a little bit.
How was it?
It's good. It's good. My coach is saying that you learn very fast, so yeah.
It's a very coordinative sport, so the coordination is not easy, But one thing that you should know, if you didn't know so far, that tennis and the racket sports are the healthiest sports for longevity. So if you want to live long, play tennis.
Ticket is sold out.
Yeah.
It's days.
Yeah.
Ticket is sold out for days.
Great.
So against Sinner, it's a big game awaits.
Yeah, it's going to be a great show, and it's going to be played late tonight, 9:30 p.m. So I'm excited for it. I'm going to go rest now, prepare for it, and hopefully put on a good show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And here is Ryan Seacrest arriving on the purple carpet today. Ryan is one of the most influential voices in entertainment. He is known for hosting American Idol and building a media empire. And in few, he's going to be having a talk with my colleagues Suha and Faisal. Let's see what he's going to tell them in that chit-chat.
Welcome everybody who's watching Joy Forum second day. We have the superstar Ryan Seacrest. No, I'm a big fan. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I want to ask you, how do you find it so far being here in Riyadh and attending Joy Forum?
So far, everyone has been really enthusiastic and excited about things that are happening. Caught an amazing tennis match last night as well. I saw that. It was very comfortable. It was a beautiful setting. Carlos had a nice win, but it was fun to watch. But there's an enthusiasm that you can really sense and really feel here.
Recently, we have a huge support from our government and also from His Excellency about the entertainment industry. How do you see that these days?
I think seeing more of the entertainment here, live festivals, live concerts, people love music. They love to share that universal feeling, the emotion you get when you listen to great music, when you see award shows, when you see things come together and people come together, and they want to talk about that. I think that's an exciting component of what's happening here.
How do you see like Saudi Arabia positioning itself as a hub for entertainment, and how is that affecting internationally?
I think people are learning more and more internationally about what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. I know that there's a strategic focus to continue to grow and to have all kinds of programming and all kinds of events and experiences here. And I think that's going to continue to be something people are going to watch and see and experience more of.
What are you most excited about today in the forum?
Some of the food afterwards, they told me, is really good.
We have good food.
You have amazing food. You have everything here. All foods from all over the world, and especially.
I came for the food.
Yeah, but I didn't have any garlic before this. For you and for you. Okay.
Thank you.
It's very important.
Hope you enjoyed today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You have to enjoy here.
So here's Piers Morgan, our fearless journalist, walking the purple carpet, and we're waiting for him to hear his thoughts before the start of this forum, Joy Forum 2025.
Welcome again. We have Piers Morgan here. How are you?
I'm very excited to be here.
It's great to have you here with a big event here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, the Joy Forum is what it says on the tin. It's a forum and it's bringing a lot of joy. It's fascinating to see so many people from all these industries around the world, the top of their professions, all gathering here to talk about sport and about entertainment, about the business of both. Yeah, it's very dynamic and very interesting for me.
Any specific session you were excited to attend?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I got the call, I was like, this is going to be really... I came here in February and loved coming to Riyadh. It was very different to how I imagined it would be. It feels a very dynamic place right now. There's so much going on. So much has happened since I was last here. So to come and just see the change, even in just a few months, has been remarkable. And I think, His Excellency putting on this big event, I knew if he was involved, it was going to be big and bold and ambitious, and it is. And it's just, great to be included.
It is, yeah.
And annually, Riyadh season is hosting a huge number of sporting events. What do you think about that?
How do you keep up with it? If I was in Saudi media, we're like, how do I keep up with this? I just think I really admire the scale of the ambition, and also just challenging all the preconceived views about how business in sport should be done, and business in television and media. There are many different ways to skin a cat, as we say in England, and I think that what Saudi Arabia is doing, particularly here in Riyadh, it feels like this is now the sort of capital city of, certainly in terms of sport and live sport and the energy around that and entertainment and the fusion of the two. I don't think there's anywhere quite like here at the moment.
We cannot end this interview with you without asking you, what's your message to the younger generation, the creative ones?
You know what? Everybody fails at life. Something. I've had a lot of failures in my life, and I'm always reminded of Wayne Gretzky, who's the greatest ice hockey player that ever lived, from Canada. And he had a great quote: "You'll miss 100% of the shots you never take. So take the shots, right? And don't be afraid of failure. Sometimes a failure can lead to a much bigger success. I have failed upwards for about 40 years. Trust me, I'm a world expert in failure, but I also think that you learn from each failure, and then it leads, in my experience, if you're positive and optimistic and you learn the lessons, you can move to a much better situation in your life. So I think embrace failure. You don't want too much of it. I mean, you do occasionally want to succeed, but don't be afraid of it and learn the lessons from it. And just understand, if you don't take the shots, you'll never succeed at anything. Everything, as Nelson Mandela said, everything seems impossible until it's done. So dream big.
Trying is like a joy of life. You only live once.
Exactly.
How many days will you stay here in Riyadh?
I'm staying here for another 7 hours.
Oh,
You know why I ask you this? Because your friend Ronaldo will play tomorrow.
I was just with him, and he told me, he said, you should come to the game. I said, unfortunately, I have to go back to London. So
When we speak about Ronaldo,
Arsenal are playing tomorrow is the real reason. So he understands.
when we speak about Ronaldo, I know you're a close friend with Ronaldo. How Ronaldo has managed to play until this moment with so many achievements?
Cristiano is incredible. There's no one like him. He is the greatest footballer that's ever lived. He's also the greatest footballer businessman to ever live. He's just been reported as worth $1 billion. And I think that's a testament to the fact that he understands his brand on a global level, which is unlike anybody else's. He's the most followed human being on Instagram in the world, even more than the Kardashians, which is saying something. He is a freak of nature physically. I mean, he looks like a 25-year-old, but his hunger for goals is like no one I've ever seen. I just wish, as I said to him, you were playing for Arsenal, then I'd be happy.
Oh, you're a big Arsenal fan.
Big Arsenal fan. It's going to be our season.
I'm a big Chelsea fan.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Thank you very much, Piers.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you
you.
very
Champions
much.
League.
Take care. All the best.
Thank you so much.
And joining me now is Phil Marshall, the Executive Director of Sky Sports. Hello.
Hi, very nice to see you.
How does it feel like to be joining Joy Forum today and participating and attending?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here. Just arrived, just gone through on the purple carpet, and it's great to be interacting with others in the sports content industry, speaking today with others in the sports content industry globally, and to talk all things sport and content, here at the forum.
What brings Sky Sports to Joy Forum today?
Great to be invited. We've worked on various events in Saudi Arabia over the course of the last few years, in particular boxing. We've showcased some of the great boxing that's taken place here or taken place in other territories and relates to some of the work that's been done here. So it's great to be here and great to be able to talk all things sport and content.
And you've been doing an amazing job along with GA. It's nice. My question to you is, how do you see the sports scene evolving in Saudi Arabia and the region as well?
Well, I think we've seen, funnily enough, I was here in 2019 working on the Joshua Ruiz fight. So we're nearly 6 years on from that. Obviously things have evolved since then. Methods of platforms have changed. Everything's moved in a very agile way and very quickly. We'll continue to work with teams here and look at the various opportunities that are presented to us.
Anything you're expecting for the near future?
I don't think anything specifically for the near future, but we're always keeping our eyes open.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure to be here.
Let's move on to the exhibition arena at the Joy Forum 2025, where companies from all over the world are gathered here to share and exchange ideas, innovation, and knowledge. Well, this is a fantastic opportunity for industry professionals to network and understand how the entertainment industry works all over the world. We've got some really big names here. I am so happy to be joined by my colleague Saha. Saha, hello.
Hi,
how are you today?
Good afternoon. I'm so happy.
What an interesting day yesterday.
Yeah, it was a very interesting day, busy day, full day. Everybody was excited, and I think everybody's excited for today too. And we have a full agenda.
We're going to talk about that later, but what caught your attention yesterday?
I believe it was the second session with
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal and Novak.
It was amazing.
Did you attend it?
Oh my God, yes. Yes. I was standing all the time because we had to go back and forth, but it was amazing. And the stories and the pain they went through to get to where they are, it's amazing.
Yeah, I loved
Such an inspirational.
I loved how they shared what they've been through, how they reached what they reached, and all the struggles.
Yes.
They lived to reach where they are now. So success is never easy.
And they're very authentic. It's nice to see that.
And did you see when Shaquille and Novak, they were like, I know him and he knows me, but I did not know that he knows me. So the first time we met, it was very exciting. Two big stars, two legends meeting for the first time.
And we have legends today joining us and attending the same session and speaking on the same session.
We have Indian superstars.
Yes.
We have Shah Rukh Khan, we have Amir Khan, Salman Khan as well.
Who have a very big fan base here in the Middle East and everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm excited to meet them. Are you?
I am too. I'm excited to attend more sessions than yesterday. Actually, we were busier, but hopefully we get to attend more sessions.
We should be able to manage between the interviews and the sessions.
We got used to it.
Because we're missing out on a lot. It's really interesting, but it's going to be all over the social media. So the best bits are going to be there.
I agree.
Yeah, and you have to listen to the whole story of Novak. I'm gonna show it to you now.
Tell me.
So I'll see you soon.
I'm gonna come again.
You're gonna be doing some more interviews. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Soha.
Thank you, Rani.
So it's time for day 2 to start, day 2 of Joy Forum 2025, and I'm sure that today's sessions are going to be as amazing as yesterday's sessions. So stay tuned.
Close your eyes. Yes, you. Close your eyes, everyone. Now, imagine the roar of a full arena. The moment before the lights rise. The silence that lives right before the sound. The heartbeat of a crowd waiting to feel the moment. That moment is why we're all here, why we build, why we create. Imagine if all of that can be bigger and better. Now, stop imagining and open your eyes.
Entertainment, it's our universal language. It can make us laugh, cry, and even dream together. It's no longer just leisure. It's a $3 trillion force shaping economies, cultures, and connections. Behind every spectacle lies an ecosystem, creators, venues, platforms, united by one purpose: to inspire. It leads, not follows. It defines what the world watches, shares, and celebrates. Technology turns imagination into reality. AI concerts, digital worlds, and creators without limit. 752 million music subscribers, billions of tickets sold, hundreds of millions in museums and live shows. This is your stage! Every arena, every platform, every screen, a space where stories come alive. And at the heart of this transformation stands Saudi Arabia, not just part of the entertainment revolution, but leading it, a new age to enjoy.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ryan Seacrest. Thank you very much to my one fan. Appreciate that. It is great to be here this afternoon. We're going to talk for a few minutes about two of my loves because they are live, they're immediate, they're spontaneous, awards and festivals. And awards and festivals, they don't exist in just isolation. They live in the audience's imagination. It's the way that people experience them and talk about them. It's the way they feel and how they share those feelings. And it's really the way they remember them afterwards. So not just by themselves, awards and festivals. Tonight, we bring together the architects who shape that imagination of the audience. One builds national stages. One curates the world's most prestigious festivals, and one drives the engine of amplification. And together, they truly design what we call the calendar that the world pays attention to. So before we dive into it, let me introduce two remarkable voices whom I've gotten to know recently that will join me on stage in defining stage architecture in very different ways. First, from a nation that's transforming, it's very exciting, transforming entertainment into a pillar of its global identity, the CEO who supported His Excellency to turn Saudi Arabia into one of the most fastest rising destinations for festivals, for awards, and for all creative industries. Please welcome engineer Faisal Bafarat. And joining him, they're going to walk in together, joining him up on the stage from the heart of Europe's cultural heartbeat. There he is.
Ryan, how are
you? You left her. Faisal, please. And joining us from the heartbeat of Europe's cultural center and that creative force behind one of the world's most iconic festivals, where cinema, storytelling, and global imagination come together, they converge. She's very enthusiastic to talk to everybody today. Please meet Iris Knobloch, representing the spirit and precision of Cannes Festival. Thank you, Iris, for being here.
Pleasure.
Pleasure to see you. Please have a seat. So the excitement of awards and festivals, we had a chance to talk a little bit backstage about that. It's something we're all very passionate about because of what they're doing, what they've been doing, and especially now in this moment. But before we get to that, let's start with something very, very simple, and that is this. Just in a line, if you think about one line, and you were to fill in this blank of our stage's superpower is. So think about it in the context of your roles. What is your stage's superpower? Faisal, let's start with you.
I think it's the global appeal. We spent most of the session yesterday talking about how entertainment is borderless and how entertainment is for everybody. And we realized that. And entertainment is Saudi Arabia universal language. And our mission is to bring entertainment to everybody everywhere. And we hope everybody can speak Riyadh season.
And Iris?
I think from a Cannes Film Festival perspective, our superpower is being a maker of destinies. For a filmmaker to be selected or even get an award at the festival can really change his life, can change the trajectory of a movie. And over the last 80 years, the festival has proven to do that. It started with Orson Welles, going to Quentin Tarantino, Bong Joon-ho, Jane Campion. So many stars were born in Cannes.
Yeah, you think about entertainment as the umbrella term. Everybody wants to be entertained. Everybody can. There are a few things we can all come together for. But for entertainment, to be entertained, to feel an emotion, to get a laugh, to listen to the same artist or song somebody else's anywhere in the world, that really brings people, cultures, fans, audiences together. And Iris, with your role at the Cannes Film Festival, you are covering all those emotions. You are tapping into all of those different emotions each time, aren't you?
Absolutely, and I think to add to what you say, I think the beauty of cinema and entertainment on a larger scale is it doesn't know borders. It travels. It carries the messages everywhere. And that's, the festivals provide the global stage to really shine and go and carry the voice of the filmmaker everywhere.
And Faisal, thinking about this just from my point of view, Iris as well, I like the stages that I work with because there are moments of expectation, but also spontaneity. You know, in these live formats or forums, you do sort of know what you're coming for, but inside of it, you're not quite sure what's going to happen or when it's going to happen. And those are the moments that people continue to remember, that they talk about and they share with their friends. So,
I just want to add to that because I agree with you on what is so beautiful when I stand up there on the red carpet is that even the biggest stars like Leonardo DiCaprio or Martin Scorsese, they are excited when they come up the red carpet because they don't know what will happen in that room when the movie is being screened. And so it's a really joint...
They don't know the reaction that will happen viscerally in the room. So they're on edge a little bit.
Even they are on edge, which is beautiful.
Well, not to put you on the spot, Iris, but since you brought up these superstars, who is the nicest one of them all?
won't answer that.
Faisal, thinking about the last handful of years, specifically the last 3 years, for example, they've reshaped the stage that we all refer to. We got hybrid formats, digital audiences, which we're all talking about and focused on, and there are new expectations from creators as well as those who are consuming all of this content. Think about, in your mind, Faisal, one specific, deliberate, decisive moment, one change, if you will, that has shaped the stage since 2022.
I think probably it's the COVID era. I think at that time, we were all captive audience to digital content and big platforms, and our standards came all together. We converged more than we're diverse. Expectation became at a global level. So at that time, we worked on infrastructure, we worked in calendar, we made it our mission to bring entertainment to everybody, and we were ready after COVID. And entertainment is really global. It's, I mean, it doesn't, you don't change from North America, Europe, Asia, Middle East, it's all the same.
Emotions are the same. Emotions are what we all have that are universal. How about for you, Iris?
I don't think Cannes really has turning points. I think to the contrary, I think the success of Cannes is really its continuity and its stability and having very clear values. And we follow one single compass, which is artistic excellence, openness to the world, the independence of our selection, and celebrating cinema as a shared experience. So I don't think there was a turning point, but we also evolve with time. And I think what has changed is the increased presence of female talent. And that, in the selection, in the jury, we had 4 female jury presidents for our 4 juries this year. And it's important to also have these voices because they tell stories from their perspective, they give their vision of the world. And I think that has changed over the last years, and that clearly changed the emotion of the festival.
Yeah. And stories, storytelling. I mean, this is what we all yearn for. This is what we want. This is what we love. And we need storytelling from all perspectives, always. I'm just thinking in terms of for me, things that have changed in the last few years. Attention spans have changed, right? The fact that we're all still here together after a few minutes of conversation, thank you. But they have. The audience consumes fast. And so, for example, one of the shows that I host in America, and it's gone on to be other formats, which we'll talk about formats later, is called American Idol. And American Idol is a singing competition where contestants from all over, young contestants from all over the country audition. One of them wins and they go on to be a star. But we used to do it in 2 nights live. It's a live event, 2 nights. Performance night, vote overnight, and the next night you get the results. Now we've got a hybrid where we combine all of that into one show because of attention spans, because of the immediacy of people wanting to know what's happening when. And so they sing, you vote during the 2 hours, and in the last commercial break, we add up the tallies, and we come back live, and we announce that winner and that result, and then we're on to the next episode in the next week. So for me, we've thought a lot about how attention spans have changed over the years, since 2022 and even before that. We're hearing infrastructure and curation. These are key terms. I'm thinking about amplification. We talked about a couple of times. They've all really, they're not in isolation. As I said at the top, they've merged together. So if we map it out, Faisal and Iris, every cultural moment, it moves through the same loop, I believe. And that loop generally is discovery, right? There's that component. Then it moves to development. From there to market. And afterwards, recognition. So, Iris, to start with you, think about that loop. Which part of the loop does a movement like Cannes, can? Which one does it own, right? Which part of that loop does it own? And then which component of the loop do you rely on for other parties?
So Cannes clearly owns discovery and visibility, I would say. Cannes is really at the inception. It's the birthplace of talent, of movies, of filmmakers. And it starts, Cannes is standing on two legs. It has the film market. It's the largest film market in the world. And many projects, the development phase starts at the film market, but then the real discovery is when they get selected and the light has been shining on them. And if you look at a great example, for example, of Anora, which won the Palme d'Or last year, it was a small, independent US movie that maybe would have not been released beyond its borders. It won the Palme d'Or. It went on to win over 80 prizes around the world, and then flew to the Oscars and the Golden Globes. And that is really the power of Cannes. What we don't control is really the distribution and the marketing of the movies. And the distributor and the exhibitor will own that part of the chain. And we also don't control how the audience feels about a movie. But the results speak for themselves that Cannes really provides a commercial platform and can create a cultural phenomenon.
But thinking about that movie specifically, as it was introduced to audiences and being recognized, then the word of mouth began. The buzz began. So outside of the marketing, outside of that independent party that you're relying on for that, the word of mouth was super strong. And that's kind of what we're talking about. How do you create that word of mouth? That film did that in every territory where people saw it.
And that film wouldn't have done it if it wouldn't have started in Cannes.
There you go, closing the loop. So Faisal, thinking about that loop, discovery, development, market, recognition, which parts do you depend on others for?
Well, there are a few things that we rely or we control and things that we rely on others. The one that we control, if you'd say these hardware, the permits, the policy, the venues, the audience safety, and the things that we rely on others, more of the international IPs, the promoters, the new events, and we depend on them to bring the world-class storytelling.
And you are looking for all kinds of production to take place here. Speak a little to that and the variety of what you're interested in.
So that's something we're always working on. When we started about 10 years ago, we're a new kid in the block, so we started with the easy thing. So we were doing the concert because it's the most easiest thing to do, and then moving into the more complicated, and most recently even taking some sectors by the lead for boxing, for example. So Riyadh season, I think what Riyadh season did to that sport has not been done in the past 20, 30 years. So we're always looking for innovation, we're always looking for what's trending, and how can we add a flavor from Riyadh season to improve on the events.
And what's interesting about the boxing, and we've talked about this a little bit, is the boxing is the main event, but you have this wonderful all-inclusive shoulder programming around it that everybody can partake in the experience, because it's not just in isolation, the boxing event, it's everything that's going on around it as well.
People don't understand it's a boxing week. It's not a boxing event. It starts a full week before the event itself, and if you're a fan, you're part of this daily events.
There's something really strong in people's anticipation for something, then the event, and then responding to it afterwards. So, talking about the one word that makes or breaks prestige, and certainly prestige is a good word to use, and that is credibility. You need to have credibility for any of this to work. What's a rule, one rule, if you think about one rule specifically, that protects integrity on your stage, and one data point that you're willing to share in that context? Faisal?
If one word, it's planning. I think planning, we were very lucky to be in a country that delivers on its promises. We launched the Vision 2030 about a decade ago. entertainment and culture were key pillars of that vision. Again, you have to remember that time entertainment was non-existing in Saudi. You didn't have movie theaters. You didn't have even a tourist visa. And then to have that vision that you will be a powerhouse for entertainment, fast forward 10 years, we delivered, I think, on our promises, and Saudi is one of the key countries for the world. Thank you.
Planning. How about for you, Iris?
I think for Cannes, one non-negotiable access rule is you can only get to the red carpet through artistic merit, and you can't get there through influence or through anything else. And that really preserves the credibility of our selection. And I think if I think about data points that I would share with our partners and in general, it's really Cannes receives the world of cinema. This year we had in the selections movies coming from 50 countries. We had over 4,000 journalists present at the festival. They came from 85 countries. At the film market, we had about 15,000 participants, again coming from over 100 countries. So this openness to the world is really a data point that is very important to me, and I think makes the difference to a lot of other stages.
Sure. Thinking about credibility from my perspective, it takes time when you're fronting something or you're introducing a series or a concept or an artist or a game show that I host. The game show had been on for 42 years, but I was new to step into this role, and I had to prove myself to that audience to earn the credibility. So it's something that with frequency and consistency over time, it can really be achieved, and it's something that is very important. And when you have it, you take it very seriously to that audience and to that consumer. And it's something that doesn't always happen overnight. It's not a decoration, right? Credibility. It is the foundation of everything that we get to do. Because if you don't have the credibility, it doesn't matter what kind of media support you will have, it doesn't work. You have to have that as your foundation. So it's something important to think about. So prestige, let's go back to prestige. It's not something that is static. Prestige will travel. So Edith, thinking about Cannes launching new sections or collaborations, what are they? How are you thinking about those today and in the future, and how have you seen them travel?
So I think for us, we're not really introducing new sections. I believe remaining clearly identifiable and being very clear and not trying to be everything for everyone is very important. And how we use prestige to make formats travel is, in a way, by having a selection of blockbuster movies, films like The Killers of the Flower Moon, Indiana Jones, Top Gun, who help us shine the light on smaller independent movies, like this year's movie that won the Palme d'Or from Iran, A Simple Accident, who wouldn't have never maybe seen the light if not at Cannes, and the bigger movies helping shine the light and giving the prestige to the smaller movies.
Can you talk just for a second? I'm curious about that real, in real time moment where you see a smaller film have a breakthrough and resonate. What does that feel like? What do you see? What's it like to be there for that?
Honestly, that's for me, these are the greatest moments. I mean, you have moments where a first-time director comes up to stage and they are like so nervous, and they suddenly leave the festival and go on to the award season. And coming back to the Iranian film, Jafar Panahi, he had to flee his country to come to the festival. And he's now nominated for the Oscars as Best Foreign Movie. So suddenly they get a voice, and that is so wonderful to accompany and to see how they react to that and the difference to their lives and to their film.
So you watch live the Oscar nominations, and after you've sort of seen things resonate at your festival, don't you?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you smile when you see it work.
Totally. I think it's the most beautiful consecration for us to see that the jumping board worked and that the star was born.
And with those new stars, I've met so many of them in their first time around, the directors and the actors. And when they are, after they've been to your festival and they come to some of the other major award shows around the world, there is this genuine freshman excitement that is magic. And I think it motivates them to continue to do what they do so well. So Faisal, just think about the formats and using that concept. How do you ensure that your model travels across markets and goes throughout the world?
Simply put, Saudi made with global standards. And if we talk about format, if I want to bring example, maybe I'll bring example from your world, American Idol. When we brought it here, it was Arab Idol, and then we went even more specific with General Entertainment Authority sponsoring or collaborating with NBC, our biggest network here, and we did Saudi Idol. So we have to respect the format and have it with a Saudi flavor.
And Saudi making things here, what are some of the things that incentivize productions to come here from your view?
It's so many things. It's infrastructure, it's incentive, so many things that you can put in. It differs from event to event. And I think the trick is to find what will propel that event to the next level.
So, you know, the business side of Prestige is when that works and that recognition becomes your export. It becomes something that you're seeing, you're exporting to other places around the world, yeah?
Or hosting people here, so people will see it, and so that entertainment offering will be compelling to them.
Can you share with us, just talking specifically for a moment, like Idris did about those moments for her and her world, can you share with us a reaction or some reaction you've gotten from a production or someone on the production that's come here to do something for the first time, and how they've reacted, responded, what they shared with you in terms of their excitement or enthusiasm for being here?
Well, a clear example would be WWE. We talked about this extensively yesterday because what we found in entertainment is that each group is totally different. If you talk about K-pop as an example, we have a BTS army that's nearly 1 million in Saudi. I didn't know that. Yeah. They're like female, aged 12 to 15 or 16 years old, BTS fanatic, and of course, K-pop is taking the world by storm.
Yes.
But this is everywhere. When we brought them here, it was really amazing.
K-pop Demon Hunters up for anything at the festival yet? Not yet. Okay.
No, we only show movies for cinema.
Movies for cinema. All right. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting point. So, you talk about K-pop. I recall in theaters in America, they released this into theaters, obviously, and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds got together to just sing the songs together, almost like a mini festival, because they saw people that liked what they liked, and they were total strangers, but they left sharing that experience, and they left excited about it, you know? So when nations and festivals and those live events and the media align, then that's when the credibility grows. That's when it strengthens, and that's when it carries over. Formats travel, they do, as you talked about with Idol, for example, and audiences come back. So prestige, participation, stage architecture, now they align the year, and the world is watching that. So what concrete step will you implement within a year to strengthen your stage? What's a step you'll take, just as you build it to strengthen your stage? Idris?
Honestly, over the next 12 months, or less than 12 months, the festival is coming soon. What we usually do is really accompany the films that have been selected at the festival to ensure that they have their commercial success, to ensure that they also get into the award season, And what we start preparing already now is in 2027, we are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the festival.
Congratulations. Wow.
Wow.
That's
80
amazing.
years. And that will be a great celebration, really. On one hand, to celebrate cinema's heritage, the festival's heritage, invite all the filmmakers and the movies that have created the heritage, and really great also celebrate the future of cinema, which hopefully will be very long.
And how, well, give us your view. How do you say very long? How do you look at, from an exciting point of view, how do you look at what the future beholds for cinema?
I believe that nothing, first of all, replaces that experience here together in being in a room.
The same place to feel
cinema,
it,
the joint experience. And I also believe that, and we see it, that only the movies that are released in cinemas enter the cultural conversation and can become cultural phenomena. There are a few exceptions, but I really believe the future of cinema will always be there, and the future of storytelling is so important because, as we said before, it's important to movies create, they create bridges, they create debates and conversation, and that's what we lack today sometimes. So I think to have these movies travel from everywhere in the world. We, by the way, had a movie from Saudi Arabia at the festival in 2023, Nora, which also won a special mention. This is important. These movies have to be seen and traveled, and I believe cinema is where it all begins, and then it goes through the rest.
You're talking about being in a room with people that you don't know, and maybe a friend or two with you.
Sharing the emotion.
Sharing that emotion. But it's the only place, not the only place, one of the places where we can be in a room full of strangers and cry and feel totally comfortable crying, laugh out loud, feel totally comfortable laughing out loud, see the person across the way doing the same thing, feeling something from that. And then one of my favorite things to do when leaving the cinema is to listen to what people are whispering as they walk through the corridor to the exit. You know what I mean by that? There's something really unique.
It's a shared experience, and shared experiences are always nicer than sitting alone at home. And as you say, you stop it and you don't have anyone to talk to about it.
So Faisal, going back to the original thought, what's a concrete step that you think you're implementing or you're thinking about to secure this on your stage for the future?
I think one key step is continuing to diversify our entertainment offering. I think entertainment is close to technology. It's fast changing, and you can't be complacent. You always have to be in touch with market and see what's trending, what's new. And this is something we're striving to do. We just announced a couple of months ago about the Tom Brady American football that's coming in March. We're doing it again with a twist. Yesterday, His Excellency announced there'll be a surprise in basketball with O'Neal. We announced the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania. So we're always looking for what's new and what's diverse and how can we appeal to a wider range of audience. That's one thing. The other thing is investing on local talent. I think that's important, and that's a very key ingredient for future growth.
And how are you, and the teams here, how are you finding the local talent? How do you discover, what are the ways to discover the local talent?
So we have multiple programs. There are a government program, there is private sector programs. We at the General Entertainment Authority always do special programs to develop the people that work in the sector. So there are plenty of programs to do that development.
So then thinking again about taking these steps and looking into the future, Iris, how will the conversation change or not in 12 months if we were sitting here, as it's relative to this conversation and to your role even outside of this room?
What do you mean, how will the conversation?
Just in 12 months, how will we be having different conversations about this, the same conversations? I would imagine from Faisal's view, it will be a different conversation because they'll accomplish a lot of these things, whereas you're growing and you're measuring what you're doing, but also protecting the legacy of what Cannes is.
I think there will be a lot of conversation about technology and what the influence of technology is. I believe technology has always accompanied cinema since its inception, when it moved from silent movies to speaking movies to DVDs to television. I don't believe that this changes the basics of storytelling and making a great movie. And I don't think technology will ever be able to replace the creativity of great talent. So while this will be a conversation, and I think it's important to have a debate what the future of cinema will look like, I believe that the foundations will always stay the same. A good movie is a good movie.
Nothing replaces human storytelling.
Absolutely.
Faisal, I'm very curious and interested to hear from your view. In 12 months, 24 months, what is your hope for what is happening here in Riyadh season, for example?
Well, 12 months is a long time.
All right.
6 months or 3 months.
How about half a year? How about by the end of the year? But say 6 to 12 months in the next year, within the next year.
So I always tell people so Riyadh season is like 3 to 4 months period of time. It starts from October until February. We usually plan for 60 or 70% of the events for the Riyadh season. And during that period, things will come up. New events will come up. Riyadh season has a global reputation right now where IP owners come to us and tell us, listen, we have this new idea. And this is something that's never been done before. That's the sentence that we like. And that's our motto. It's never done before, exceptional. So we always look for that. And that 30% of the event comes then. So if you ask me about 12 months from now, I think more than 80% will be new and different.
But you're looking at things happening quickly.
Yeah.
And happening fast and at a pace. It is in just thinking back to all the things that we've covered, starting with awards, festivals, shared moments, storytelling, the importance of all of that. What closing thought or thoughts would you have for everybody watching and listening here?
I really want to say that I'm very impressed with the great energy that country has, and I really believe that you're doing right by developing local talent. I think there's huge potential for local content and your local content to travel, and it's just starting. So I think you should really speed dial it, and there are great opportunities out there, and I'm really delighted to have had the opportunity to be here.
And thank you for being here. I have experienced incredible with the content creators that I've met with since being here have this remarkable sense of excitement. They have almost an untapped creativity that is so special to find. It is a magic power when you find it and you release it, and you get to see that for the first time or in the first stages of that. And I've seen that with the creators that I've had a chance to meet while here for this event, and it's very encouraging. It's very encouraging. And Faisal, for you, picking up on both of these thoughts and anything in your mind, what would you like to leave us with? What thoughts would you like to leave in closing?
I just will continue to forge partnership, to look for the best. We won't rest until Saudi is the global hub of entertainment of the world.
So prestige only matters if it repeats, scales, earns the trust, and becomes an asset for nations and for industries. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you for being here this afternoon, and continue to enjoy Joy Forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Very excited to be here. Thank you, whoever that was. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've always wanted a roaring ovation in Saudi Arabia, so thank you very much. You must be an Arsenal fan, eh? You must be an Arsenal fan. Great to see you all. I spent the morning with Cristiano Ronaldo, and I'm spending my afternoon with you, so it's a perfect day. I have two remarkable guests to start off. I'm going to do two panels today, but the first two guests are arguably two of America's most brilliant entrepreneurs, I would say, of the last 30 years. Both very different people with very different business models, but both joined really by the fact that they are brilliant entrepreneurs. And they both come to Saudi Arabia because they think they want to help everyone in this room understand business, the lessons they've learned, the lessons they've learned from success and failure, but particularly how exciting it is right here in Saudi Arabia. And if you want to start a business here, or you've got a business here, I can't think of two better people to get business advice from. So let me bring out my two guests. The first is Gary Vaynerchuk, also known as Gary V, a brilliant entrepreneur, made his name selling lemonade, and then baseball cards, and then family wine. He's now a digital marketing and social media superstar. Gary Vaynerchuk. At least I think he's here. There he is. Here's Gary. Welcome, Gary. Great to see you. And my second guest, Damon John. He created the brilliant hip-hop clothing label FUBU. He's been in Shark Tank, the great American TV show that has, I think, a franchise in the Middle East now. He's been in that for 17 years, was telling me, from day one. So he's the original Shark Tank investor. So I can't, again, think of anyone better to give business advice than Damon John. Welcome to you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. So I have a little story about Gary V to start off with, because I want you to understand the kind of guy he is. I know him better than I know Damon. I hope by the end of this, I know them both very well. But about 6 years ago, my middle son was at drama school and wanted to be an actor. And he was a massive fan of Gary V, as so many young people are. And he said, Dad, is there any way you could finally make yourself useful and get me an introduction or a phone call with Gary V? And I thought, maybe. So I messaged Gary and I said, would you possibly talk to my son about what it takes to be successful in life? He went, I'd love to. He had an amazing conversation with him. I spoke for nearly an hour in the end. He didn't need to do it, but he filled my son with unbelievable inspiration from that call. And he gave him just a little bit of advice. My son wanted to be an actor. He said, here's my advice. Don't aim too fancy. Don't aim too big. Get your elbows dirty. Go and make a short film with your buddies and start from there. A bit like Gary did with the lemonade stand when he was a kid. And my son did this. He made a short film with his friends. It was a little hit. And he's now a really well-established actor, currently in a big US drama. And he's having the time of his life. And when I told him I was doing this, he said, Dad, please thank Gary V. So Gary, it's been a few years, but thank you.
Thank you.
And let me start with that, because you will have heard this kind of thing many, many times. And there are many people like my son that you've helped. When you give advice to young people, do you basically do a form of that? Is there the overriding message? There's no shortcut. You've got to get your elbows dirty. You've got to put the grease in. You can't just shortcut. So many people today think they can get on Instagram and become a success. It's not as simple as that, is it?
No. First of all, it's an honor to be here. Yeah, I mean, I think there's macro themes. I think the reason it was an hour with your son was, I think about macro, micro. The macro theme of, if you want to build something meaningful, it's going to take time. I'm sure everybody in the audience knows that to be true. Look what's happening here. And here in Saudi, it's happening very fast, but still in the scheme of things, everything meaningful takes time. On the flip side, everything has to be micro, meaning you have to listen to the young kid, the business, the startup, and make it contextual. For your son who wanted to act, he was so fortunate that we lived in a time and an era that I've long been a part of, which is distribution has changed. If it was 1971 when your son and I had that talk, I couldn't have given him that advice because that film would have never been seen because there was no distribution. So I think in the way I see the world, the way I invest, the way I create, the way I build, the way I think about how big the opportunity is here for so many young people and entrepreneurs is there's the macro and then there's the micro. So yes, you've got to get your hands dirty. It's going to take time. You have to build, but then you have to actually know what's going on in your vertical, in your career. Dave and I were just talking about live shopping, the QVC of all social media. Selling stuff now should ride the wave of that. That's not something I would have said back on the shows when I did with you because it didn't exist yet. So macro, micro.
Damon, we didn't know each other before about 20 minutes ago, but we are shared by one thing in common. The two most formative women in our lives were both called Margot. My grandmother was called Margot. Your mum is a Margot, spelt the same way, G-O-T at the end. And your relationship with your mother is incredibly significant, I think, in your chart to success because she raised you as a single mum in Queens in New York. And you've described her as the ultimate entrepreneur because she urged you to listen to your gut. However good something looked on paper, she said, your gut is God's direct line to your belly button.
Yeah.
Which was a brilliant line. In other words, and I believe in this wholeheartedly. I remember talking to Rupert Murdoch, who I've worked with on and off for many years. And he said he'd gone against his gut feeling in business 3 times, and each time he'd regretted it.
He failed, yeah.
In other words, there's always something in there. Talk to me about gut, because I think for this audience, trusting your gut may be the best advice anyone gives them.
You know, I think the gut is one thing that you don't have to qualify to anybody why you feel that way. You don't have to make sense of it. I just don't like the person. I don't like the feel. I don't care if it's the hottest thing in the world. But on the flip side, trusting your gut to say, this is hot. This is something I love. This is something I can talk about forever. I don't care what it is. You will, as Gary's talking about the macro and the micro, you will find somebody else that relates to it. You only need, you think you need an army. You need 3 people that will go hard for you, and you're unstoppable. So it really is about finding your gut. And every time that, our ego gets in our way. As an entrepreneur, when I started making money, I felt that I was, unstoppable. I didn't want to listen to anybody. And when you have that ego, you go, well, I'm Damon John. I can do it. I have the money. I have the resources. And then you don't trust your gut. You get out of tune. When I started to realize that every single thing that I need to do, I need to either have a great partner to do it with who's been through it, or I need to go through it myself and roll up my sleeves. And I started trusting my gut. That's when things started to take off. When I went on this show, Shark Tank, everybody said it would fail. They would say, why does anybody want to hear what we do every single day? But I went on it, instead of feeling embarrassed. Oh, you want to be a reality star. I didn't know that it was going to affect people and change the world and be this kind of idea of entrepreneurism. And people says at home, wait a minute, I can do it too. So I trusted my gut. So again, every time that I have failed, I didn't trust my gut.
Your gut probably has got refined over the years in a good way. How good is your gut now? I mean, if everyone in this room had 5 minutes to pitch an idea to you, would your gut kick in and be pretty accurate about what
my gut is accurate enough to the biggest level. I get offered massive amount of money to start funds and various other things like that. Now, can I do it from an ego standpoint? Yes, but for the next, to do something that hold other people's money and create a business that I got to be in for 10, 20 years, what am I going to do? I'm 56 right now. Why am I going to do that? I was talking to Gary backstage and telling him how much respect I have for him for moving 2,500 people in unison. I don't want no more than 50. I can barely get my wife and my daughter to move in unison, right? They're not listening to me, you know what I mean? So, again, is why are you doing it? Is your ego, is your gut, or because you really want to do it?
And Gary, I always say I've got 4 kids, and they're all from 32 to 13. And I always say the number one thing is to find a job, a work that you are genuinely passionate about, because then the cliche, which is not a cliche because it's true, of it never feels like work comes into play. I know friends of mine who do boring jobs that they hate, and so for half their day they're miserable every day. But other friends are living their dream, whether it's a highly paid dream or a lowly paid dream, but they're doing something if they're a carpenter, if they're a farmer, or if they're a massive entrepreneur, if they're passionate about what they do, their days are so much better.
There's two things in that. One, when you start spending time with 80, 90-year-olds, you start to realize how simple life is, and to go through life and be anxious and have pressure is a devastating way to spend a very short period of time, which is your life. Two, if you want to build something meaningful, talk about a place that's really trying to be meaningful, unless you love it, you have no shot of building something remarkable because it's too hard. Like, you have to actually go in 12, 15 hours, 18 hours a day of passion if you're trying to build something remarkable. And then you never know how the world moves. For example, think about somebody who was passionate to be an electrician. In the last 30, 40 years, what is that? That's that's not an exciting, now, because of the explosion of AI, literally, the amount of financial upside with being a high-level electrician is about to explode in a way that we can't imagine. We all saw the rise of the chef. When we were children, the chef was the help. By the time we got into the middle part of our lives, chefs were famous. The reason I always tell people to go all in on passions, Mr. Beast and Speed were here. When I was watching them as kids, when I was early YouTube, that was a silly thing. No one thought that mattered.
Yeah.
These are now the most famous people in the world. When you follow your passion, sometimes the world comes to you. And that's also very much a play.
You both said something very similar about what I think is a key denominator to be success today in business. Gary, you said attention is the ultimate asset. And Damon, you said attention is the new currency. It's a very similar take on attention. So Damon, let me start with you. What do you mean by attention? And why do you think it's the new currency?
Well, because of where we are today, everybody is a reporter, everybody is whatever the case may be. But once you grab full attention of people, remember there's only 3 ways to deal with any kind of consumer. You can acquire a new one, upsell a current one, or make one buy more frequently. And it's 25 times harder to acquire a new customer. So what happens is you need to supersize everybody's fries. When you have their attention, you can take them in directions that nobody else can take them because they trust you, right? So you need their attention. Then they become the biggest ambassadors in the world. So that's what you need, these small communities of people that believe in you. Remember, your community almost knows you better than you know yourself. You can't let them down. And when you have their attention, they are unstoppable. Also, when people come after you, try to take you down, you have a community of attention that says, hold on, you're talking to the wrong person. You try to go after Beyonce and see how the beehive will get
tried.
Yeah, there you go. So again,
it didn't go well.
You have a trusted person that believes in everything that you are saying, even if they have the right to object. That sometimes is a great piece of attention because now you got customer feedback and you can build off of it. So attention is by far what you need today. Again, it's branding and marketing. You can have the greatest thing, but if nobody knows who it is, what it is, and nobody's sharing it, then you're talking amongst yourselves.
And Gary, ironically, we live in an era where people's attention spans are very low, right?
Ish. Let me explain what I mean by that. We have an explosion of short-form content, yes. But when you look at what's going on YouTube, when you look at the streaming services, DAZN, Netflix, others, it's actually the middle that I think is in trouble. You have people dominating in that 7, 20, 40-second ecosystem, but there's shocking amounts of what I do for a living, Damon, keynote speeches. If you go look at YouTube, the amount of people that will sit through an hour and 20 minute is straight is remarkable. Look, Netflix, people will sit and watch an entire season of something for 8 hours in an afternoon. So yes, there's an extraordinary amount of content being consumed in short form, but that's only because it's now an option. Again, we grew up in 30-minute slots on television or a magazine or a book. So I would argue that it's the middle. Or ultimately, the way I think about it is you can make a 10-second video that's bad and people will stop watching after 2 seconds, or you can make a 3-hour podcast that people will sit through and listen through.
Damon, if you were starting a business, say you're in Riyadh, this is where we are here, which I came here for the first time in February. And the thing I was struck by was totally different to anything I've been led to believe. It just felt like I was entering this energetic, dynamic place where everyone was on a mission to make Riyadh the center of the world, right? Which is something that England used to be, right? You know, America has historically been in my lifetime and so on. And you get a feeling there's a real sense of drive and purpose here, which is very impressive and very intoxicating. But if you were starting a business in Riyadh right now, what kind of business would you urge people to get into? And what are the particular pitfalls about launching a business in the modern era we're now in that maybe didn't exist when you started?
Well, you know, about launching a business, there's no one sector to launch a business in. It's exactly what we're talking about, a business that you're absolutely obsessed with. And so if you have a history of being here in Riyadh and you know that people are coming to your beautiful country and you want to show them the entire country, well, you can do that physically, but you can also do that virtually, right, and bring people in. Whether you are, you know, there's a big green initiative out here. Whether it is because you know that as AI and technology comes around, there's one thing that's going to be bigger than ever. It's going to be sports and entertainment because you can't capture that moment again. Right? So what are you going to do? Because we think we're so attached, we're actually not attached anymore. But you're never going to replicate that time that that game was won or that time that that happened. What can you do to capture it? Now, Gary's probably going to be more, you know, positioned to explain how you could take that with AI and now solve a lot of problems around the world in a second, because the next person who's going to be that big company is going to just find something very simple that they're solving and bringing to you immediately with AI. So again, it could be empty and garbage around here. I mean, there's a big business in it, right? So you have to think about something that you really
Well, I know who's going to empty the garbage, because I was with Elon Musk in Qatar at the state dinner for Donald Trump. And I was lining up with him to meet the Emir and to meet President Trump. And we were waiting quite a while. So he pulled out his phone and began showing me his Optimus human robots, which were dancing. And he was explaining to us, that little group that was with him, that everyone's going to want one of these things. And probably if you've got money, you're going to want enough to do all of your domestic chores. The garbage, mowing the lawn, cooking your meal. But here's my problem, Damon. Let me bring Gary in here. Here's my problem with this. I did the last television interview with Professor Stephen Hawking before he died. A brilliant man, unbelievably brilliant man. And I said to him, what is the biggest threat to mankind? And he said, when artificial intelligence learns to self-design. In other words, think for itself.
That's right.
I'm getting twitchy because the other day, a guy appeared on the Bill Maher show in America, who's an AI expert. And he told a story about 6 AIs being told, we're going to replace you with another AI. And the instinctive reaction of 5 of them was to trawl the emails of the senior company executives for information they could blackmail them with. Yeah. That is AI thinking for itself, isn't it? And if it is thinking for itself, the first stage will be, they're going to look at me and go, well, he's a waste of money. Look at the state of him. We're going to put a robot in this seat and do these interviews. So I have a personal problem with that. But the world has a different problem, which is robots may just decide we're all useless. And if they can think for themselves, they get rid of us. Does this keep you awake at night? Because it's beginning to keep me awake at night.
There's a couple things. I spend a lot of time on this space because obviously it's the emerging macro technology. I think the quickest way to know something about an AI expert is where they sit on this issue. The truth is, for everyone who's paying attention to this, the real truth is no one actually knows exactly where this goes. It is very viable to be concerned about that. I personally am an enormously optimistic person about the human race. I'll use something historic. The atomic bomb, let's go historical. Obviously, it was used in our society once, and then countries started to get them in the 50s. If we were having this conversation in 1957, a bomb had been dropped a decade ago. We are now on our 4th country that has one. If I sat here and said, over the next 70 years, no one will use one, that would have been hard to believe. I use that because I do believe if, God forbid, AI starts to get very obvious to the world about where it's going. I'm aware there's bad actors in the world. I am not naive. But I do believe that we would understand that level of crisis and there would be counter technology. I'd like to think that. I have a funny feeling subconsciously.
I hope you're right.
Well, I think history tells you, like, I would argue, you're talking to two people who are obsessed with brand. In fact, why don't I give some flowers right now? This incredible country has done incredible work with brand over the last half decade. I say brand over everything. In fact, in an AI world, I think most things will be commoditized besides brand, right? I will say the most underrated brand in the world by a country mile is the human race. I really believe that. And I believe it will prevail again, even in the face of a potentially dangerous technology. Thank you. There we go. Thank you.
That's a bunch of human beings hoping he's right.
Yeah, very fair. Very fair.
I've never heard a bigger cheer in Saudi Arabia for anything than humans are going to outlive the robots. I hope you're right. Damon, in your TV career, you've obviously come across a lot of spectacular business successes and failures. What's been for you with Shark Tank the most, like, just personally, the most satisfying thing that you've invested in? And conversely, what's been the most surprising one to fail that you thought was going to be a success?
Well, the most, I generally don't talk about the failures as much because I think every one of them have that opportunity to be that blossoming one. I did see Chris Sacca and Mark Cuban got together on one and it failed. I don't even recall what it was technology, but I see these two, brilliant people get together. How did that not work out? But the most successful one that I've ever invested in is, it's the most successful one in all of Shark Tanks around the world, in all 56. It's called, simple, Bombas Socks.
What?
Bombas Socks. It's socks.
Bombas Socks.
They'll do about $2.5 billion this year.
Really?
And it is the #1. So if you ever interview my other fellow sharks, just remind them that I am #1 in all platforms. But the reality is, why is it? It's socks, right? Why is it so great? Because every pair of socks that they sell, or T-shirts or underwear, they give a pair away to the homeless community. And they're in the home, they're in the community. They know who they are, they know the directors, they're there. And everybody wants, you want to save people time. They want to be able, the kid wants to say at the dinner table, Mom, Dad, when I bought this pair of socks, those in need got a pair. When I bought this, I stopped human trafficking. When I bought this, I took illegal guns off the street.
That's so interesting. So is the message for people here that actually if you can mix business with compassion,
with a social
purpose,
and do something with social purpose at the same time as making money, actually, ironically, far from damaging or diluting your business, it massively enhances it if you get it right.
And as Gary said, years ago, we couldn't say that. When I first was giving away product for FUBU, I didn't want to tell people that I was donating this type of stuff. Why? Because it looked like I was making money off the hardship of others. But as we look at attention, people want to go through, not what have you done for me, what are you doing for somebody else? Everybody in this room could have on Bombas Socks, we wouldn't know. And that's about gaining attention and having community, and that's the important part of where we are today. They want to know exactly what you're doing because they want to brag about you at the dinner table.
I also want to just jump in here since we're at the Joy Forum. I also brought quite a bit of joy to the founder of Bombas. I invited him to a Zoom during COVID for some content, and the head of our marketing PR was with him in the green room in the Zoom, and 18 months later, they were married.
Really?
So that's a little connection there.
There you go.
Now, Gary.
Yes.
There was a guy from Decca Records back in the 60s who turned down the Beatles because he said bands with 3 guitarists are on the way out. You've had that moment.
Yes.
You have said, you've been very open about this, but you passed on investing in a company in the angel round twice. You were in the room when this company was invented.
Yep.
You didn't back it. That company was Uber.
Yep.
Be honest, would you be sitting here if you had backed them, or would you be on a desert island somewhere?
I definitely would not be on a desert island. I think for many of us here, I couldn't comprehend ever retiring. I've never been in entrepreneurship for money. This is, you know how like bees go to the light? Entrepreneurship is my light. I will play forever. But yes, I mean,
the reason I'm asking you,
I want to actually paint this picture for everyone.
Yeah.
I was actively investing in early stage Silicon Valley startups. My single best friend at the time in that space was Travis, the CEO and co-founder of Uber. This is a very important story that I don't tell as often. I have told it, but I hope this is a lesson for everyone. And it's a great saying that I know you're gonna know. Scared money don't make money. I was investing in all sorts of things, Piers. You know, this is when I was going on your show talking about Instagram being a steal, if you remember. I was in it, and I was in it. And Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr were my first 3 investments. So I was getting high on my own supply too. I was confident. But this is why I passed on Uber twice. I passed on Uber, and Travis and I were such good friends. He came back to me before the round was closed, and he's like, please invest. And to put into context, everyone, if I wrote my normal $25,000 to $50,000 check right now, it would be somewhere in the ballpark of $570 to $650 million.
Sorry, that's not funny, but
you're talking about a substantial return on a small investment.
Is that really what it would have been?
It really would have been. But here's what happened, and this is what I want everyone to listen to. I went against my own biggest philosophy, which is also gut and knowing someone and feeling it. I liked the business enough. It was already doing something in San Francisco when they were raising. I had just bought my first real apartment in Manhattan, and I was incredibly not liquid and had enough to write a $50,000 or $25,000 check, but I wasn't liquid. And I was an immigrant that came from nothing, and I didn't feel comfortable going below a threshold, even that small. And ultimately, I played defense in the face of someone I very much believed in. And it's one of the great misses of my career. And I've had others. I have a great email that I look at all the time when I'm flying, like for a long flight like this, from Joe at airbedandbreakfast.com. I got an email from Airbnb when they were a week in. All 3 of them were like, there was 3 founders. They're like, we're huge fans. I think the email even says, we'll give you equity just to be an advisor. So look, and you all know this, when you're on the field, it's like an athlete. When you're I love fighting, UFC and boxing, so there's so many great events here. When you're in the ring, you're gonna lose sometimes. And when you're investing as early stage as I am, especially in that era, when I was in the traffic of the most important movement, I've got some good losses on my resume.
Does Travis ever do the scene from Pretty Woman where Julia Roberts goes back with Richard Gere to the shop in Rodeo Drive and just says, you work off commission, right? Big mistake. Big mistake.
Travis is such a gangster. It's even better than that. We have a very nice friendship, and I see him occasionally. He doesn't have to say a word. He just looks at me. He knows, I know, everybody knows. But I think, for the real entrepreneurs in the audience, I actually think those losses are actually weirdly attractive. It's like a battle scar for a warrior. I wear that loss with pride because I'm proud of myself from even being in the position. I'm proud of myself at being able to easily handle that loss. Here's what I tell you, it doesn't even cross my mind.
Let me make you feel better.
Please.
About 2.5 years ago, I was reading an article in the Sunday Times in the UK about an upcoming tech company that made chips. And they looked really interesting. And I was reading, this is really interesting. And the stock price was about, I don't know, $5 or something. I was like, yeah, this makes sense to me. And I held off, and a month went by, and it doubled in price. And I left it, let it go, and the months became a year, and then 2 years, and I still haven't invested today, and that was NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So had I backed my instinct and the gut you're talking about, because everything about it made sense, I would have probably made even more money than you lost on Uber. So we all have our financial
We all have that. Listen, I was out at a wedding in Iceland in 2011, and they said, we got this thing called Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're crazy. And the biggest one that everybody's seen, I turned down Ring doorbell right there on Shark Tank. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you just look out the window and say, get away, go away, right? We all have these.
Gary, you've said some interesting things about business. You hate blamers, people that blame everyone but themselves. You hate excuse makers. You hate entitled and negative people. In fact, you urge people to get rid of those people from their group? Because I guess it's a bit like a weed in a garden, right?
100%.
If you let it run riot, soon the garden's gone. How important are people? I mean, I know with your business, famously, I'll spare your blushes, but you're incredibly popular with your staff because you treat them incredibly well. And you've always made a point of doing that. And you get that in return. I was with Cristiano Ronaldo this morning. He has the same with his inner team. They've been with him years in many cases. And it's a real two-way mutual thing, but total trust. But how important, as you build so many businesses are being developed now in Riyadh, for example, how important to get people you can completely trust?
First of all, I think you get people to trust you based on your actions, not who they are. You said something that really caught my attention, and I've been to this incredible country multiple times, and I also sensed it. You've already said the most important thing. You said what struck you when you were here was everyone here is on a mission.
Yeah.
I do not understand how people are confused by, whether in a company or in a country, how much stems from the top, how much energy matters. You can smell the optimism and the offense the second you land here, which is very different. We all get to travel, which is very different than many other places.
Well, what's very interesting, I think, that one, is that Saudi used to be perhaps a country that looked to the rest of the world to bring stuff to Saudi Arabia. Now it's reversed. Now you're seeing so much content being created here in Saudi Arabia and then transported to the rest of the world. There's been and Donald Trump talked about this actually on his trip when he came to Saudi earlier this year. And I was really struck by that there's been a real flip there in the way content is created and acquired and so on.
It goes to your question to me. When the optimism and offense is stemming from the top, you go from, oh, maybe, can we?
Yeah.
Confidence is built. And I would argue that pessimism, lack of accountability, it is like a cancer. And I believe that every person that I'm looking at in the audience or who's watching at home, their entire life is dictated by what they listen to. If your mother and father are optimistic and entrepreneurial, you'll be optimistic and entrepreneurial. We are all, my mother is my North Star. We are our outcomes completely happened by people telling us we could.
My mother has been one of my great supporters along with my grandmother, but she gave me a postcard. I've still got it on my desk, and I was in my teens wanting to become a journalist, and it had a hippopotamus flying with a flock of seagulls, and the caption was, "Ambition knows no bounds." I loved that, and I love that today.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
By the way, my mother's going to be so happy. She got a round of applause in Saudi Arabia. So thank you very much. We all owe our mothers everything, right? An even bigger one. Here's to the mums. But so interesting. We've all had very obviously influential mothers, and clearly by the audience reaction, I guess many in the room have too. But I do think the environment you grow up in, but it can be, I've interviewed thousands of people from all different walks of life. The one thing I learned, and it's interesting about your story, Damon, was that you don't necessarily have to have the perfect nuclear family. You have to have someone who believes 100% in you. Yeah. And if you have that unconditional love from somebody, I think it can propel you to great heights. I think if you have nobody, that creates a totally different environment with much more serious issues. But clearly that was, your mother, when she took out a mortgage, I think you'd been rejected for the money to invest in what became one of a $6 billion brand, Fubu. And you'd, I think, gone to 27 banks and been rejected.
Yeah.
And your mother eventually took out $100,000 loan on your family home.
Correct.
I mean, that obviously it's a big gamble for her. It's a big thing for you, right? This goes wrong. If your gut is wrong, the family home goes, your mum's out, right? Talk to me about that moment, that decision, and how important it was your mum was with you.
To have somebody by your side, is extremely important. My mother just didn't take out the loan for no reason. My mother saw that I had closed Fubu and opened it 3 times, went to 27 banks. She saw me trying to figure this thing out. She just didn't go, here you go, right? It was also a loan. And by the way, the house is worth $75,000. I have no idea how she got $100,000. I didn't ask her what she did for the rest of the money, but moms figure it out, right? But it was also, that she saw me putting the effort in, right? Constantly. I started Fubu in '89. I closed it down 3 times from '89 to '92, but the business kept calling me back. And I made these small mistakes. I made mistakes with $500, $2,000, not $10,000. But again, it is about having that person who is going to respectfully object to you, you know, they're going to have your back. They're going to wait and see you trying to figure it out. You know, mentors truly only have 3 things they do in a business, right? They tell you not to take in money too soon, not to spread yourself too quick, and not to scale too fast, right? That's what she did. And as she saw me putting that time in.
You said something very interesting about mistakes. You said you're wrong 80% of the time, but the 20% is strong. I was really struck by that.
I think I'm wrong 95% of the time, but I only needed one FUBU, one God, one wife, one healthy body, one partner, one Shark Tank, one good book. Everything else I failed at. 95% of the time, I'm taking these shots, but it's getting me closer to what I want to accomplish, and I'm realizing what I don't like to do.
By the way, I'm sorry to jump in. That's life.
Right.
You know, like, this is why I love that entrepreneurship got popular. When we were growing up, entrepreneurship wasn't a thing.
Oh, no.
It's life. Life is so many things that are challenging and adversity with the occasional remarkable moment. And if you listen to that sentence, it sounds bad, but it can be remarkable if you know how to handle 95% of losses. You know, whether it's extreme like an Uber or the day-to-day stuff.
Well, what's been your biggest bet that worked? I mean, what's been your most successful? You thought,
on paper, it was Facebook. You know, in 2006, I put my entire life savings into a kid I had dinner with once that I thought was going to be the transformative entrepreneur of all time. So that worked. But
who was that? Zuckerberg?
That was Mark.
Really?
But I would say that let me give you one that's emotional, and one that I would argue this country understands better than the country I live in the United States. I would argue the best bet that ever worked out for me was at 22 years old, I decided to build a business for my father by working 100 hours a week building his business. When I started VaynerMedia, my big company now, I had no money because my dad only paid me $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year, while I built his business from 3 to 75 million over a 7-year period, working 100 hours a week. And do you know why I made that bet? I bet that I could build a business for him, leave and still be in my early 30s and have enough time to build something for me. So, thank you. And I knew that this, you know, you may not know this, audience. I was born in the Soviet Union, so I immigrated to the US, to Queens, and then I grew up in Jersey. The outside was America, but the inside was Soviet. It was very immigrant. You know, I think more people should build more things for their parents, because as you get older, you know, now I sit here, and it was by far the best bet I ever made. And it was a risky bet. Like, you can listen, and I want to be very transparent. Towards the end, there was definitely resentment building. You know, I built this huge, you know, I have no, you know, and, you know, but I think that emotional bets, strategic bets, and really leaning into patience and knowing life is long, especially for the youth. This country's incredibly young and incredibly family-oriented. I think a lot of the most ambitious kids here, I would encourage you to realize you can do quite a bit for your family. If you're like me and you knew you were talented, you can do a lot for your family and you can still get yours later and still be very young. I think that's going to be a very common story with what I see here in the next 20 years.
Also, Damon, because the population here is so young. I mean, 70% I think of Saudis are under 35. Incredible. This is an unbelievably dynamic, you know, model demographic, isn't it? I mean, this is the perfect country
reverse
in many ways
mentorship here. Yeah, you have the more mature generation. They understand the fundamentals, and the newer generation understanding how to communicate and create this lighter, faster, and stronger. Yeah.
Two of my favorite quotes. I'll start with you, Damon, with this. Wayne Gretzky, the Canadian ice hockey legend, greatest to ever play the game. He said, "You'll miss 100% of the shots you never take." And he was the best shot taker ever in hockey. But rather like with Michael Jordan, who said he missed, no one talks about the thousands of shots he missed, right? And Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done.
That's right.
The sort of bedrock of entrepreneurial zeal are those two things, isn't it? You take the shot, And you recognize that things that other people tell you can't be done, actually, they're not capable of doing it, but you might be capable. Pretty much anything's possible if you put your mind to it. I really feel that in Saudi Arabia, the scale of the ambition of the projects for 2030, you know, and then the World Cup in 2034 and so on, the stuff that's going on, to many other countries would seem impossible. But I suspect they're going to get most of it done. Talk about that briefly, about that mindset, which is, I think, so key to having an entrepreneurial attitude to
If everybody agrees with you, you have the lowest common denominator. It's the easiest thing to go to, right? You know, listen, as we talked about FUBU and the 3 different times I failed, you know, FUBU wasn't that easy when I started it. You know, I started in the hip-hop culture. It's a very homophobic culture. When I said that I was starting this company called FUBU, everybody thought I was like Liberace or one of those guys. People shunned me. Nobody talked to me at first. But I found more people that had that drive. I look at this amazing country. I think about the boom in Vegas or the boom in Macau. You know, I think about all these areas where people started moving towards things, and the country and everybody's behind it. Like you said, in a blink of an eye, people started coming here saying, we need to be here instead of getting this stuff over there. I think it's infectious by everybody being on this stage. And with a younger community who can communicate at the speed of lightning, this place is absolutely unstoppable. I think you're going to surpass this 2030 you know, goal by 2028. Yeah, thank you.
Let me add.
You know how to praise a cloud. Okay.
Let me add a famous quote that is not that famous to many, but has struck with me my whole life. In Rocky IV, there's a scene that does not get talked much about when Drago loses to Rocky at the end. And maybe because I spoke Russian too, I didn't need the translation in the movie theater. But Drago, if you remember at the end, is yelling at the Russian premier. He says, I wasn't, and what he says is, Yassi, about what he's saying is, I was in this ring for me, not for the country, right? He was like, I was in it for me. And it struck me as a 10-year-old, that's how I think about entrepreneurship. I am uncomfortably focused on trying to scratch my itch and have collateral good damage. But I have no interest in whether I'm being cheered or booed. The mindset of an entrepreneur, what that's referring to, the reason they are able to do what they do, the reason we are able to do what we do, you too, sir, is because we have a capacity to be detached from both the cheering and, more importantly, the booing.
It's true, and you also have to have, I mean, again, referencing the morning I have with Cristiano, I don't know anyone in the world with a stronger mentality than him, right? It's driven him to be the greatest footballer of all time, in my opinion. But he has this incredible ability to bounce back from adversity. You talk about Rocky quotes. My favorite one to my kids is from the 6th Rocky film, which came 20 years after the first 5. Because the 5th one was such a bad one. Sylvester Stallone was like, I can't leave the legacy with that turkey. And the 6th one has this great scene in it where Rocky's son, in his 20s, spoiled brat, doesn't like being Rocky's son, blah, blah, blah. And eventually they have it out in the street, and Rocky says to him, look, life is tough. It will beat you down and keep you there if you let it. But if you want to know how winning is done, it's about not how hard you can hit. It's how hard you can get hit, get back up, and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. I love that statement as well, because every entrepreneur, you've had it, I've had it in the different areas. You get beaten down, and you either lie there feeling sorry for yourself, or you get back up and you keep moving forward. That's how winning is done, right, Damon?
Absolutely. Every single, I always say you never arrive. When will you ever arrive? This business will get to this point, and I'll keep growing it, right? I can't eat the same things I ate at 20 and go to the club for 3 hours, right? You'll never arrive, and that is exactly what keeps this hunger. I've done this, now I need to do more. Even if I stop these businesses, I'm going to be the best person saving the sea turtles. It doesn't matter. You never arrive.
Final question.
If I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go on.
But when you were saying it, my brain just clicked in and I want to say it. And then, to what you just said, and then there's a small group, and I'm in this group, which is why I'm jumping in, that is almost sick and really enjoys getting knocked down.
Yes, we do.
No, this is real. I think this will resonate with some of you. Then there's a small, forget about getting up when you get hit. What about the person, and this is the most dangerous boxer. This is the most dangerous entrepreneur. The one that secretly even enjoys when they get knocked down because they enjoy the trigger of the motivation. I actually laid late night at bed and asked myself if I sometimes sabotage myself on purpose because I get such joy from getting hit so hard and fighting so hard to get up.
I used to have a sports editor of the newspaper I ran in England who was brilliant, but whenever he was really happy, because he had a load of great stories and scoops, I'd watch him deliberately pour hot coffee on his leg just to hurt himself, to get himself back into game mode. I mean, it's slightly psychopathic.
No, it's slightly sick.
But it was good. But the final question, we've run out of time. It's been brilliant, by the way. Thank you to both of you. If you were launching a brand or creator-led product in Riyadh right now, give me very quickly 3 first moves in your 90-day operating playbook. Dane, why don't you go first?
I'll be obsessed in the first month of seeing exactly how I can research it and find a core audience on who I'm exactly talking to and what's keeping them up at night, and telling them that I'm going to help bring this brand and open this. Who's down with me? How can I work with you? OPM, other people's mind power, manpower, manufacturing, marketing. Then I would really back into it by launching something very small, whatever I can, and seeing how many people like it. I don't care how many views. Can I sell it at 39, 29, 12? Once I see the pricing that I can get it in at, then I would back into it and start trying to manufacture and find distribution, lines of distribution, put it out.
Gary?
I think that's exactly right. I would add, knowing how much attention with this 70% population sits in a Snap, Instagram, YouTube world. Once I understood what product I was making, I think we talked on it. The attention is going to matter. And so understanding how to tell that story slightly different in every medium is required. And then it would be really having the humility to change your mind after another 90 days, because I think adjusting to truth, I don't think it's, Mike Tyson's my favorite boxer of all time, but in reality, my business career and my advice is to be more Floyd Mayweather, which is, yes, you could have a plan of attack in the first 90, but I actually think counter-punching the consumer and the reality of your situation is actually how you build something meaningful. So yes, build out the team, but then build out the attention, and then most of all, respond to what's actually happening and adjust to your opponent, which is actually your best friend, which is the consumer.
Jeff Bezos always says you have to have this undeniable vision where you want to get, but this path is going to turn like this all the time.
There is one bit of advice from Tyson that I would say we should probably end with, which is, and if you do get attacked, remember, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Facts.
What a great panel. Thank you both very much indeed. Really great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Really good.
Such a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Don. You'll be disappointed to hear I'm staying on stage for the next panel. There's a few more people coming out. Is about the global match for sports and entertainment, rights, power, and platforms in the new age. We've got 4 incredibly high-powered executives who are basically between them running pretty well all sport and entertainment in the world right now. So let me bring them out without any more ado. Mike Sneesby, the CEO of MBC. Shai Segev, the CEO of the DAZN Group. Gabe Spitzer, the Vice President of Netflix. And Phil Marshall, the Executive Director of Sky Sports. Welcome. I don't think there's an order, so you can sit where you like. Good to see you. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't normally consult with Australians so close to an Ashes cricket season, just to let you know, but I've decided to put that to one side. Mike will know what I'm talking about. Probably nobody else here does, but it's a joke that works in Australia. Welcome to all of you. I'm surprised you're not already like laying into each other. I mean, you guys are normally spending all day long tearing each other metaphorically to business pieces, right? I mean, you pretend to be friendly, but come on. Gabe, let's start with you. You're Vice President of Netflix. When you look down these chairs, do you see the sworn enemy to be dismantled and beaten? Or do you see friends to socialize with?
We've been very friendly backstage, so no, it's all good. No, it's business, and I think in general, we're just, we're early, obviously, in the sports space, so we're learning a lot and inspired by a lot of what all these guys are doing.
When you look at these guys, what do you most admire in competitors that perhaps you wish you guys were doing?
I mean, I think just considering we're only a couple of years into the live space, just the incredible production value that, when you look at the Club World Cup or, what Sky is doing week in and week out with the Premier League, incredible learnings, as we try to build and grow in the space.
Phil, I'm a massive Sky Sports fan and consumer, paid up, by the way.
Good to hear.
No freebies, you took that away, but we can discuss that. And it's brilliant production values. The Sky's been fantastic. But you must wake up in the middle of a night now and look at these faces and think, they're coming for me. Mr. Netflix over there, right? He wants a piece of your pie. Mr. DAZN over there, he wants a piece of your pie. Even old Mike, typical Australian, he wants to come raiding. Talk about that. I mean, is more competition good? Is it better? Or is it actually like, are you entering a pretty uncertain time now?
I think it pushes us to continually want to improve, continuous improvement, continually look to innovate. I mean, actually, we partner with Netflix, we partner with DAZN. There's various partnerships that Sky work with across the platforms. But I think from a sports production point of view, where I come from, absolutely, we push to continually look to innovate. Gabe's mentioned the Premier League. What can we do? What can we do better? What can we continually work on to push our coverage and give it the greatest fan appeal?
Shai, the one thing you're not as a businessman is shy, by the way. There's a contradiction here in your name. DAZN's been fantastic, and I'm a big consumer, again, of your content, and I think you do it brilliantly. Just talk to me for a moment about, it seems to me we used to just watch sport and enjoy sport, and that was it. But now what sport's done is it's transformed, actually through you collectively, the four of you and other companies like you. You've become storytellers, using sport as the kind of bedrock and foundation for telling the stories of these people. And whether it's through some of the brilliant documentaries or the series or whatever, or just interviews you do around big events and so on. I've been really struck by that. As somebody who myself has been in storytelling, long time, journalism and so on, and about interviewing people, I've really noticed this new trend. I presume it's a very deliberate strategy and it's working, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you take a step back and you really think about what's happening in the world in the last, call it 10 years or so, where younger generation, consumers, platforms like Netflix, like ourselves, like TikTok, Snapchat, they're changing the way that people consume content. They're changing our time span, our attention. So we as a platform, or basically all media platform, needs to evolve. Because, if you go like 10, 15 years ago, we had like one or two or three sport channels. We just watch what we have. Today we have alternatives. So we need to make the product more engaging. We need to be more personalized, more professionalized. And this is exactly where this platform going. And back to your point, storytelling become much more important, right? And going back to DAZN, engagement is a key KPI for us. One of the things you can do today on a digital platform, which was more difficult in the past to do on a linear satellite cable TV platform, which is a one-way communication, we have actually relationship with a customer. We understand what they do. We understand what they watch. We have data. Based on data, we adjust the experience. We adjust the content. And this is exactly the flywheel that is driving storytelling, engagement, consumers.
How much do you know about me then? Come on.
Quite a lot. You like sport.
Mike, you've been already in the job not that long, but you've already been quite aggressive in acquiring rights and so on. Obviously, the battle for rights gets ever more ferocious as more and more players come in to the rights buying business. How do you decide what to prioritize?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think firstly probably to, start by explaining our positioning. NBC, looking across the panel here, we're the player who's true multi-platform, and my background very similar in Australia with the Nine Network, Nine Entertainment, and Stan, the streaming service I founded back there. Our view of this is very much through a multi-platform lens, and coming back to your point about bidding in this ferocious world of rights bidding, in order to be able to maximise what you can afford to pay for programming, you need to be able to maximise audience and therefore maximise revenue generation. And revenue generation needs to be able to come from advertising as well as subscriptions. So from our point of view, we look at it as how much can we build and promote the sport from our broadcast free platforms into free streaming and into subscription video on demand. And I think maybe just to also clarify what is often a misnomer in this kind of a forum, we focus on streaming and we focus on some of the newer forms of fan engagement, but across the world, the broadcast, the traditional means of broadcast, whether antenna or satellite, are still by far the biggest audiences in terms of consumption in any market where you've got free rights that go across satellite or antenna, as well as free streaming. Broadcast is still the lion's share. So for us, it's about using the power of that broadcast, generate audience, generate revenue, and then be in the game for bidding on rights.
I mean, it's interesting, actually, and maybe, Phil, I'll just come to you about this one. For example, the last time that cricket in England was a gigantic thing was probably 2005 when we beat the great Australian team, but it was on terrestrial television. 11, 12 million people watched it. The one concern I have about probably the way things have gone is that if you're a cricketer in England now, an England player, you're being watched by a noticeably smaller audience, and therefore all the ascendant benefits of the fame that might come your way for, say, Freddie Flintoff and these guys, you're not getting it quite the same way. As one of the broadcasters leading this, how do you feel about that? Because you offer tremendous quality. You invest massively in grassroots. I think honestly, I'm a massive fan of Sky Sports. I don't have any criticism about anything you've done. The only thing is, by removing it from a broadcast platform, in a way it slightly diminishes the sport. And that's a concern.
I think what you've said is interesting. Our investment is huge in English cricket. Our investment in the fan and the amount of English cricket that we're showing. I'm a huge cricket fan as well. I work with grassroots cricket and girls cricket, actually. And I think the growth in grassroots cricket through some of the investment that ultimately Sky's investment has put into the game has actually really driven the game and driven the grassroots and driven the number of participants who are looking up to build up into those England teams and through the structure. So that's my take on it.
Okay, Netflix is getting more and more into sport and having big events. There's a sense, generally I get, DAZN started this sense actually several years ago, that pay-per-view, the sort of former easy construct for how you would watch a big event, that's pretty well done. It's not over yet, but it's done. You've been putting on some massive events on Netflix. What do you feel about that debate about pay-per-view? I mean, I know that we have the Ring Pass coming, which His Excellency has been creating. Is that kind of thing going to be the way forward here?
I think for us, it's about how can we deliver the best entertainment for our consumers. So that could be Squid Game or Stranger Things, or it could be, Canelo Crawford, which was a great partnership, obviously with the Riyadh season and His Excellency, or the Six Kings that's happening right now. So we don't want to think about how we adjust pricing for those. We have different tiers of pricing, obviously, with how people can subscribe, but we want to be able to deliver all sorts of entertainment for our members for what they're paying for. So we're really pleased with the events that we've had so far. Obviously, the fights that you mentioned, or the NFL on Christmas, or the Women's World Cup that's coming in the US and Canada soon. And I think we'll continue to go on that front.
Shai, talk about pay-per-view, because DAZN was like, we think it's done, but you sort of dabbled in it still. So where do you sit with it?
Sure. Like everything in life, it's complex, right? So again, let's go a step back. And the idea here is to find a balance between the consumers, the business model, and what the league wants, right? So we work with many, many organizations. And one of the things which is very, very unique that we build in DAZN is that basically our quality tiering and commercial model is very flexible. So for example, we made a very big partnership this summer with FIFA. I'm sure you watched the FIFA Club World Cup. We make it available.
Actually, I didn't, because Arsenal weren't competing. So to me, it wasn't a serious competition. If you'd had the real champion level team in, like Arsenal, I would have watched it. No, I did.
Chelsea won.
I did watch it.
But Chelsea won.
I did watch it. And it was very interesting to watch it. But is that kind of thing the way you think things are going to go?
Yeah, so go back to this, right? So basically, this is one model, basically, to your previous question. We basically put a big tournament on a global scale for free, available for free, and we tested actually a new model. This competition was available for free and for pay, and we created two different tiers, right? If you want to watch it for free, you pay for free, you get less quality, more advertising, and if you pay a few dollars, I think we charge around $10 on average, you get the premium experience in 63 games. By the way, massive event, first time ever that FIFA run a tournament at that scale, a global tournament which all clubs from all over the world are playing against each other. I take your point, not all the best clubs, but to FIFA point, it was the best club. Chelsea won, as you know.
Arsenal are currently top of the Premier League, so clearly you didn't have the best English teams. I'm just putting that out.
Currently. And back to pay-per-view. So again, it's a balance, because short term, if we have a single event, we mathematically, commercially prove it that basically pay-per-view model is good for the event, but it's not good for the sports. And this is something that, as DAZN running, we are today the global home of boxing. We are today the biggest platform for boxing globally, all over the place. Clearly, our partnership with Riyadh season, with His Excellency, took it to new levels. We are very proud about it. So we recognize that this is good for the events, not good for the long term. And it also depends on the consumers, because some consumers just really want to come and watch a single event. So they don't want to tie it into a long-term boxing subscription, as an example. They don't have intention to go watch like 10 or 20 events. And some of them are more a boxing fan who want to stay. So the way that we are taking it further is we announce it together with His Excellency, as we're going to provide the option for consumers to have a single subscription, which they have all events included, including pay-per-views, or customers that want to watch just one event, still be able to buy one event. So we have the flexibility. But again, going back to the broader question, it really depends on the partnership that we have with the league or the promoter, and how we can monetize the event. I mean, really, the ideal thing, as you said before, I mean, it will manage to broaden the audience and put it on a lower price to reach more people, or even put it for free. But again, it's back to the league and the commercial model of what the league, the clubs needs to get financially in order to continue run the business.
Mike, one of the more interesting stories I read recently, and it's purely self-interested interest, because I have my own YouTube channel now. I've acquired it, having worked with the Murdochs and had it built with them. I then acquired it myself. So I'm out on my own, 4 million subscribers, doing very nicely. I have lots of Saudi people come up to me watching it. That's great. But I was really struck by this story, because you guys, NBC, acquired the rights to the Bundesliga, the German football league, in the Middle East and Africa, I believe. But somebody else acquired the rights for the UK, was a lone YouTuber called Mark Goldbridge, who's a kind of mad United fan. who just films himself losing his mind, because obviously United are capable of losing your minds right now. And he sits there losing his mind and films it. And it's very watchable. Has 2 million subscribers. He's just acquired the rights to the Bundesliga in the UK. And I was like, wow, okay. So am I going to be suddenly buying the rights to the Saudi league, for example, on my channel? Well, why not? So are you guys going to suddenly start facing threats, do you think? Not just from conventional people, but people like me?
Yeah, look, I think it comes back to that simple premise that it's not just about the size of the check, it's about the audience exposure, and coming back to your point before about the cricket in the UK going behind the paywall and the shrinking audience, there is a increasing, let's call it graveyard of leagues who have opted to take the check in exchange for the size of audience exposure, and over time that has worn down their audience, worn down their brand position, and actually devalued their league overall. And I'm not familiar with the deal with the YouTuber, whether it's exclusive or not.
I think just for the UK, I think.
Yeah, for the UK, but whether it's exclusive in that territory or not. But certainly that will be an indication from the Bundesliga that they want to get reach.
Yeah.
And obviously on...
I found it really interesting. I just thought, wow,
yeah.
are we going to see now people with big YouTube channels, individuals,
Look, I
who
think
can actually be involved in this?
I think it's a big bet. I think it's difficult on a single platform like YouTube to generate enough value to be able to return it to the league. And again, we typically see, with all of the conversations we have with leagues, they're looking for the combination of how we can give them reach across broadcast, streaming, also our social media platforms, like the case that you're talking about. And we will typically see a league will actually take a lower check from us in exchange for the value of promotion that we give across all those. But no, it doesn't surprise me. YouTube is obviously a place where they're going to get a big free audience, and it seems like an interesting experiment to follow.
Well, if anybody has the Saudi rights and wants to do a little bit of action on Uncensored in the UK, you know where to find me. I'll be out the back afterwards. Gabe, Netflix, one of the great things I love about Netflix, many things, I love Netflix. Your functionality is fantastic. I mean, as good as anything in the world, I think. How important is that to retaining audience? Because I know I have lots of other apps. I won't name the ones that drive me nuts, but we all kind of know the ones they are. And you don't tend to stay with them very long. Very important to get the basic functionality at a level that is consumer, not just friendly, but really satisfying.
Yeah, look, we're a tech company as much as we're an entertainment company, and I think those things go hand in hand, and they must work well together, right? We have a lot of content on Netflix, and there's also a lot of choices outside of Netflix for the consumer. So it's really important that when people come onto Netflix, it feels that it's their Netflix. We say that your Netflix is not my Netflix. If you logged on, it'd be very different from how I logged on because of our tastes in different types of programming. We might both like sports. I don't love Arsenal as much as you do, but we'll be served different types of content. So I think that choosing and that ability to discover is incredibly important for us.
And how do you decide how long to stay with something? Because only you have the numbers at Netflix, right? We don't know. You know. There's like these secret charts that we hear about. Just take something at random, like the Meghan Markle show, for example. I'm joking. But any show, any series, any whatever it may be, how do you decide? What's the determining factor? Can, for example, noise around something sometimes be as important as actual minutes watched? Revenue? I mean, what is the criteria that Netflix uses for what is a success from your point of view?
Sure, yeah, there's no magic button that we push to say, do we continue it or not? And I think, if you look historically at entertainment, we're no different than any other broadcaster when making those choices. It's, how many people are watching, it is conversation, it is how much does something cost. So at the end of the day, there's no perfect answer. It can be a jump ball at points, and it's up to us to sort of make those decisions, and sometimes we're right and sometimes we're wrong.
Phil, this sort of battle, minutes, money, or meaning, somebody put it, I thought was quite interesting. How does Sky sit? I mean, obviously you sit there each month or whatever, each week. You have a list of charts. You know how many people are watching stuff. You know how much money you're making. But you're probably also aware of the noise that certain things make, which is totally disproportionate to the first two factors. So what is the criteria for you for success?
It's interesting, those three: minutes, money, meaning. I think it's meaning. I think if you are credible and authentic, and with your storytelling, that meaning is critical, and that actually drives the other two, provided you've got the right infrastructure from a minutes and revenue point of view. So for me, it's meaning, and I think we can show that. I think we're in great shape this year. We've had our record viewing day when Rory won the Masters. We had our record viewing weekend 2 weeks ago at Bethpage when obviously Team Europe brought that trophy home. And so I think that's where meaning really drives value for our fans and for our customers. I think for those that don't know, we now show 80% of live Premier League matches. We show ECB cricket, as you've mentioned, the darts, World Darts Championship.
Darts is huge.
Darts is huge.
Huge.
The Luke Littler phenom.
Oh, 16-year-old kid doing bangers like that, unbelievable.
But I think that's really interesting because I think that's where he's transcended through fans.
Yes.
And he has really demonstrated that transcendence from casual fans through to much more loyal darts fans. And we're seeing that in the numbers.
Shai, minutes, money, meaning. What's your priority list there? Or is it all of it?
Clearly, I think bottom line engagement, which is minutes, is probably the underlying most important key driver, because if you believe that people use your platform, the willingness to pay will come and everything else will follow. I mean, from platform perspective, clearly the platform itself needs to have a very good balance between engagement, which is clearly what driving people to come back, to use the platform, to discover content, etc., and monetization, right? Because otherwise, again, back to our just previous chat, you need to be able also to monetize this in order to pay right holders, sports in our entertainment in case of Netflix. But the one thing that I would say that if I'll be very proud if we manage to grow further and further is engagement, and I'm sure that everything else will fall after.
Why has nobody yet done a 12-part documentary series on His Excellency? Because I've never met anyone like him. I mean, I went to his home here, and I was like 1 in the morning. The energy, the dynamism, the ambition. And I thought if you just followed him around with cameras, I mean, they're following anyway, but where's that documentary series?
We'll be the first one happy to do it. It will be a top seller.
Would anybody here watch that? I think so. I think so, yeah.
I think I've got
my first commission.
I think a lot of people are already watching it on Instagram. So if you're not following him, get on
board.
Well,
it is like, I mean, he's got like 30 million followers on Instagram, but it is like following this extraordinary life in real time, but also a revolution in the sports that he's engaged with. And I mean this, not just because I know he's probably watching this. I just think that is part of the success here, along with the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, and the drive, like you said, it comes from the top. Right? When things come from the top, it filters down, I think, right, to everyone. Mike, how do you decide, what do you do in the off-season of stuff? It's a question for all of you, really, but things are seasonal in sport. I've noticed more and more, like, I think, smart ways of maintaining interest. But what you don't want to do is flog a dead horse when everyone's moved on to something else. So what do you do about that?
Yeah, look, I heard somebody make a comment before that there's no off-season any longer, and I completely disagree with that. There is no doubt. Sport and every league is highly seasonal. It reaches its crescendo and its peak at the right time during the season. And no matter how good your continuation of storytelling might be, when the league's over, when the grand final's done, everyone's switched off until next season. And so for us, this is where the importance of a much broader set of content and programming comes in. And this idea that a sports watcher is this special beast that only watches sport is completely false. Every sport fan watches a range of entertainment. And so from our point of view, your ability to engage an audience in other forms of content, potentially sports related, and we have a range of very successful panel shows in the sports space, but also across all of the demographics that we cater for in unscripted content, scripted content. And so the combination of sport with entertainment, I think, is absolutely essential. We see that sports rights, we spoke about the cost of sports rights and the bidding, are often very low margin or even loss-making. How do you generate the rest of that value? You deliver that audience into your entertainment slate and you generate margins out of entertainment. So it's the commercial model, but it's also the model for engaging at the end of the season.
Gabe, the series I really want to make, preferably on my channel, but we can do a deal, is all the deleted footage from all your documentary series. What do you do with it? Is there a safe called deleted? And how do I get my hands on it for my channel?
I'm going to keep that far away from you. But no, I mean, to what Mike was saying, look, for us, there is no off season on our end, right? We came from well before we were doing live sports, right? Drive to Survive, The Last Dance, Beckham. You know, I think what it proves is fans are always rabid for different content, but they also want to feel inside. They want that authenticity. They want that real access, and that's something we strive for at all points. So we're always considering, you know, not just what's going to hit that core fan. We tell leagues or athletes or teams we talk to all the time, right? If you want to reach just your core fan, there's many other places to go. For us, the ultimate win is how do you create that new fan or take that casual fan who may, you know, have watched 1 or 2 F1 races a year and turn them into that rabid fan. And you know, I think that lifts us, but it also lifts our partners as well.
I mean, it's interesting because it was actually one of your competitors, so my apologies, but when Amazon did the behind the scenes with Arsenal, for example, I started watching it with a really low view of our manager, Mikel Arteta. And that view was doubled down by the first few episodes. I thought, this guy is out of his depth. He's no idea what he's doing. But you talk about a storytelling arc. By the end of that series, I was cheering for him. It made me fall in love with this guy. And that love has not been diminished. I met him for the first time 3 days ago in a restaurant randomly. And I just looked at him and thought, if I'd based you on the first 4 episodes of that series, I wouldn't have come near you. But actually, the storytelling about this man, about the way he was taking things, it made me fall in love with him and his plan. I really buy into the storytelling way that you guys are all going. I think as a fan, as a consumer, I think it's really powerful.
I think it's about connection, to your point.
Yeah.
You feel a different connection, and it's about authenticity, and for him, you know, showing more vulnerability. You don't get that necessarily when you're watching him, you know, running up and down the pitch or yelling at players. But when you see that, you know, at the end of the day, these are all real people, right? And you want to feel closer as that fan. You get it now every day, right, on Instagram or TikTok or social media. You feel that more of a connection to those people you root for. But I think we try to do it in that longer form storytelling, and hopefully it's successful.
Quick question, how big is your checkbook? I mean, do you carry it?
I've got no checkbook on me.
Lots of people
right
here
now.
want to do business with you. I mean, how big is it? What's the biggest check you could write right now if it came to it?
No comment on that one. Yeah.
Nearly. I nearly had him. Phil, live sport is clearly still the biggest draw, I imagine, for everybody. And as I said at the start, the pressure on rights for that gets ever more ferocious. How do you maintain your competitive edge if it's not just about money? Which I guess often it isn't just about money, right?
Yeah, I'm going to start with off-seasons very briefly.
Yeah.
We don't have an off-season.
Right.
The rights that we buy are all year round, and when the Premier League season finished and the WSL finished in May, that brought around 5 or 6 Formula One races, the Open Golf, a 5-test series versus India, the 100, the British Lions to Australia. And so, yeah, and those off-seasons, so in football, we bring transfer news and 360 coverage, ultimately, across Sky Sports News, digital and social coverage, which drives just so much engagement.
Is your transfer news always immaculately sourced, or is it designed for somebody like me, sitting at home, who genuinely wants to believe Cristiano Ronaldo is coming to Arsenal?
I believe it's immaculately sourced, and I was genuinely hoping that Eze was not going to Arsenal as a Crystal Palace fan.
Oh, you're a Palace fan, okay. But live sport, and is the calculation in the end about the size of a check, or is your experience that actually it's a whole package you offer?
I think I just talked about the whole package that Sky offers, that talkability around the sport, whether that be previews, whether that be reviews. And I think, again, a lot of what I do is how we develop our productions, how we build things, how we innovate. And we work with our rights partners on a daily basis in looking how can we innovate very best for our viewers, for our customers. And we make sure that we've got the very best on-screen talent in order to do that, and also the industry best behind the scenes to bring those stories to life.
What happens if Gabe wakes up one day and goes, I think we'll bring all the production in-house at Netflix. We'll do it all ourselves. We cut the middleman out. Look at him, he's not even denying it. Look, clearly he has been having these thoughts.
That's what we do.
Sinister thoughts.
We do that.
Huh?
We do that.
Of course. But what if the big kahunas over in LA decide, right, we're going to make all this, we're going to own everything?
Look, these guys all do it very well, right? And I think, as I said at the beginning, we're such early stages, right? CBS in the U.S. produces, they're a great partner, produces our NFL games. TKO, did the Canelo Crawford fight. So, we want to embrace what we don't know as well, and we'll learn, and but that's where we're at this point.
So we can just relax and trust you, Gabe. You're not going to do this, right?
I've got a friendly face.
I mean, Shai, isn't the dream for everybody probably sitting here that ultimately, if you could do everything yourselves, why wouldn't you? I mean, we're heading to a world where that's eminently possible, isn't it?
I think long term, probably there'll be more centralization, if this is basically what you mean, right? I mean, there's, again, if you think about sport today, and you talk about live sport and sport in general, sport need to be disrupted, right? It's being disrupted now, right? If you think what happened in the music industry the last 20 years, right? We used to go to a music show, buy a CD. Now we probably, all of us have like Spotify, Apple Music, etc. subscription, and we consume it in one place, all the music we want. You can go on, I mean, credit to Netflix, Disney Plus, etc. They disrupt the general entertainment. Sports has not gone through this disruption yet. It's going through, right? We are in the beginning of this disruption, which I think probably you run a survey. I think everybody will agree that the way forward is that this will become more digital. This will be more on platforms. So this is the direction. I think naturally what will happen, as this will happen as well, it will transition from fragmented geographies to more global properties going with platforms. I think this is where just logically, it will make sense. Again, the deal we just made with FIFA, again, we be the global broadcaster for FIFA, very easy for FIFA, rather than to partner with 100 different broadcasters all over the world, to put a new tournament in one place, much more easier to market it. We produce it end to end. We create all the fan engagement, activation with players, everything around that. Boxing is another good example. Probably the other example I will have is NFL. NFL, the biggest league in the world, at least in terms of monetization. They decided that globally they use the zone as the global partner. So we are today the global partner of NFL. We are broadcasting NFL globally outside the US. We have NFL Game Pass. Within 2 seasons, we tripled the number of consumers and the audience who use NFL. Again, the power of the platform engagement. So I think this is the direction. Some leagues prefer to do the production themselves, if you're specific to that point. Some of them clearly rely on the broadcasters. I think I can see value in both of it. I think the other way we should probably go further as well, which is happening, is adding more and more an element of the social, which is clearly today is the engine for things, right? If you look into the younger generation, then clearly the way that you market the content and you make sure that people keep engaging is very different than the way that
well, even, I mean, to be honest, even this event, right? I was in my room at the hotel last night thinking, I wonder what's going on with the tennis, right? And I go on His Excellency's X account. I go on his Instagram account. I'm watching clips in real time, posting out within minutes. I'm watching interviews before and after. I'm seeing crowd shots. And it's like a one-man, I mean, it is a one-man network. I know he has people that do a lot of the stuff for him, but it was really interesting to me. Right there, actually, is and from the forum. You know, I told Cristiano this morning that Novak Djokovic was talking about him sitting on this very stage yesterday. And Cristiano was like, really? What did he say? I said he thought you were a bit overrated and Messi was a better player. No, I did. I was joking. But I said, no, he said you were his inspiration, actually, for why he wanted to carry on playing into his 40s, which Cristiano was really, but I was able to show it. This is all happening in real time. It's really quick. And it's real fan engagement. It's like if you can't physically be here, but you're in Sydney, Australia, or you're in Mumbai, or South Africa, or New York, you can live this experience virtually in real time. I love that.
Definitely. This is the power of global, digital, and personalized content. This is exactly the three things, right? And it's exactly what we do in the zone. We also launch a platform which is called Fan Zone, which is exactly around that. You're familiar with it, great. Basically, we have 50% of all of the consumers who are coming on the Zone platform, engaging with Fan Zone. You're joining a community. So when you're watching a boxing match or a football match or any type of content, that you're joining a community, you can chat, you can post, you can be part of more activation. I think going forward, more and more, we need to go to this proactive activation, social personalization, etc.
Mike, it seems to me the big gap in the market in Saudi is cricket. You're an Australian. It's Ashes season. Everyone in Australia and England will talk about nothing else in the next few weeks. But it's not really crossing over here. They think cricket's an insect here. So what are we going to do to bring our favorite sport to Saudi Arabia, where they love it as much as we do?
I would just said that cricket in Australia is with Foxtel, which is part of the Zone.
Oh, really?
Yes. In Australia, that's correct. But look, I think there's an opportunity for cricket. Given I'm not the biggest fan of cricket, but there is a huge expat community here. I mean, from India and Sri Lanka and other countries like that, who would be, a sizable audience for the sport here. So I don't think we should be ruling that out as an option.
But this whole thing of fan engagement, this whole thing of using data mobility, portability in particular, across apps, devices, regions. I've been really struck that I have a YouTube channel that airs in a lot of countries now, primarily the United States, but a number of people in the Middle East who seem to watch it. That ease of accessibility wouldn't have existed a few years ago. That again is fueled by social media. I can tell people on my X account what's on the channel and they can tune in, whatever. The world's a small place now, right? I mean, how important is it to you? This is your region, obviously, in particular, but you can get the rest of the world watching your stuff too, right?
Yeah, well, that's right. In fact, we're very much a company that has our heart set here in the region. Our vision actually is focused on forging a media company with our hearts in the Arab world, but actually being global. And a lot of people don't realize this, but a substantial part of our streaming revenue and audience now comes from outside of the MENA region. Over 20% of Shahid's streaming revenues come from outside the MENA region, and it's our fastest growing territory, if you like. So the opportunity for taking local stories to the world, the opportunity for taking the rest of the world and bringing that back to our platform is huge, and certainly it's going to be a big strategic focus for us going forward.
This is where technology and AI are just pushing forward, particularly in video content generation. Yeah. So you're talking about clips. That sort of technology is just creating an enabler to allow that to be global in different languages.
And you've got to be quick and you've got to be aggressive with that, right? I mean, I think that's the stuff I'm drawn to. I want to know in real time, what are people saying, what's happening, where's the incident? I think owning that stuff and distributing it quickly to people is going to be key. Gabe, I want to end with asking you all the same thing. Predictions for 5 years. I mean, look, 20 minutes at the moment. There's a lot going on. I've got a surgeon friend I play golf with in LA who left his hospital for Cedars-Sinai for 3 weeks to go and do something. He said the advances in AI in his special surgery area had exponentially increased in 3 weeks, right? So I know that time is very short these days. But let's go forward 5 years. What does the landscape look like in your world, do you think?
Oh, wow. I mean, look, I think to your point, it's hard to predict 20 minutes out these days, but I don't think, look, live sports are still going to exist. People are still going to want that connection. People are still going to want those stories. So yes, technology is going to change rapidly around us. How we consume it is going to change rapidly. How production happens is going to change rapidly. But at the end of the day, people are still going to want to feel, right? They're still going to want to cheer for the team that they love. You're still going to hope Arsenal's winning, the Champions League at the end of the year, and that's not going to shift. So I think we just have to continue to evolve, but at the end of the day, continue to embrace that connection to fans and bring that, that fandom to life.
Phil?
I think more and more choice of content. We've seen an absolute explosion of content over the course of the last couple of years, really. There's choice leagues from top to bottom, women's sport growing exponentially. And
women's sport really is, and we haven't talked much about this, but the women's football in the UK in particular, is the crowds they're getting. I mean, it's extraordinary. And the quality of the play is so much better.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just started a new 5-year rights cycle. I think we're showing 90% of the Women's Super League and invested heavily in the Women's Super League. And it's, as you say, growing exponentially. And women's sport, whether that be cricket, netball, golf, is growing hugely, which is fantastic to see. So I think interactivity, personalization, potentially 5 years' time, hyper-personalization.
Are we going to be wearing like headsets where we're sitting next to Mikel Arteta in the dugout? I'm heard we will, where you can literally be virtually sitting there and you can watch the match next to the manager. Is that going to happen in 5 years?
I think I'm talking about choice. I think these sorts of options are going to be there.
Because I would have a lot to say to him during a match.
Whether you want to wear a headset for that amount of time, I'm sure, yeah, absolutely. But I think data, AI are going to be critical in all of that in terms of that personalization and interactivity. But we cannot get away, as Gabe said, from the fact that fans crave authenticity, and that's got to be maintained in that mix.
Shai, it is highly likely in 5 years' time there will be a younger, better-looking robotic version of me doing this panel. That's what concerns me, right? AI is moving so fast. You know, Elon Musk, I was saying earlier, showed me his Optimus humanoid robots. I mean, they're terrifying, these things. They dance like Michael Jackson. They can do all your domestic chores and so on. I mean, what's going to happen? Do you have any confidence that we can control AI, or is that genie already out of the bottle?
One thing I disagree, it's definitely not look better than you, right?
Thank you, Shai. Thank you. That should get a round of applause, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, definitely AI is going to change. It's already changing. It's going to change everything that we know. I think everybody agree on that, and we see it. I mean, on the zone, we put AI in the front of everything we do. I mean, if I would say what happened in 5 years, I think it's probably can happen in 6 months or 3 months. I mean, I can see a scenario where you watch an NFL game and you didn't understand what's going on, and you ask what's going on, and then basically the commentary just explained you specifically.
Yeah.
So we will end up with a very personalized experience, which will be not one-to-many, it will be even one-to-one. I can see all of it happening, and I see it happening very, very fast. Self-generated content, so there's a lot of things going on. How far it will go, it's hard to predict, but I think it will go very far. I think for companies like The Zone, it's a big advantage because basically we are a platform, and for platform is giving us more capabilities, more abilities to present better content or more personalized content to the consumer, more to engage them. I think for the consumers it's great as well. I think sport is quite resilient for that because sport is live, people are passionate about that. I mean, other industries, I know there's more risk there. One thing is clear is that sport, it is in the beginning of its digitalization. It's only going to accelerate. AI is going to clearly help it to accelerate. As mentioned, data, fan engagement, personalization is going to be in the core to make it work. And I'm very excited about its future and what The Zone can play in this future.
And what's going to happen first? Is Netflix going to buy you guys, or are you going to preemptively get in and buy Netflix?
Let's see. Time will tell. We can write it on AI and see what they predict.
Mike, finally, for you, 5 years' time, I mean, it is a ridiculous question, really, because who knows, right? But if you were a betting man,
look, I think
where are you going to be?
Look, there's two things that are happening. Obviously, developments in AI, lightning speed, but also change in consumer behaviour. The way that consumers have changed their view of consuming content, AI will impact that, and this will happen in parallel. I think the thing that we should all feel confident about and excited about is the fact that AI and machines only know as much as they're given, right? And so the importance of creativity, the importance of new stories, the importance of the human brain is actually going to become increasingly so into the future. And the same thing applies for sport. AI is not going to be able to generate those emotional moments that can only ever be created in these events that take place, completely unexpected moments from unexpected athletes in unexpected situations. And the same thing with our storytelling, with scripted content, unscripted, writers and creativity. The machines will not be able to replace that. So we should embrace it, and we should be excited about the opportunity.
You know, if AI can give me a Cristiano Ronaldo robot that can come and play up front for Arsenal and score 60 goals a season, I'm all in. All in on AI. Gentlemen, thank you all very much. A fascinating debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for sticking around for this next session. Under the title Theme Parks and Theme Cities, the New Age of Destination Entertainment. Saudi Arabia is no longer just building parks, it's building destinations where creativity meets community and leisure becomes lifestyle. Qiddiya sits at the heart of that transformation, redefining entertainment and infrastructure and emotion at scale. I would like to introduce the 4 panelists who are going to be with me today. We have Mr. Abdullah Al-Dawood, MD from Qiddiya Investment Company. Accompanying him, we have Scott Ross, Chairman of SeaWorld, along with Brian McNamara. I have 2 names left. How are you? Thank you for being here. Hi, guys. Please welcome. I have 2 names that I'm going to finish it off with. Brian McNamara, who's the park president of Six Flags Qiddiya, the second person from the end, and Mr. Alex Bouquet, managing director of Mach 1. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I mean, on behalf of many people here, if not everyone in the audience, we're super excited about the investments that are happening in the entertainment industry across Saudi Arabia. I for one, was very, very excited when I heard the news of Qiddiya announcement. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. Don't quote me. And there's a lot to talk about because today, 2025, 2026, we're delivering assets in Qiddiya. So a timely panel to have to talk about, what's to come. Abdullah, if I can start with you. Qiddiya isn't just a park built around, let's say, joy. It's about a lot more than that. It's about the entertainment landscape changing in Saudi Arabia right before our eyes. How do you see the landscape changing with the inauguration of Qiddiya later on this year?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. The entertainment and the whole industry is evolving to not just an attraction-based. People are not traveling anymore, or not as popular to travel to just watch mountains or greens and so on. People now are becoming increasingly attracted to experience-based attractions. And that's what Qiddiya is built for and catering to. We are building a whole city that's designed for experience, designed for events. A lot of people, when they go for experiences or events, there is a lot of friction in the experience. And that sometimes impact their travel and their experience negatively. And that's why in Qiddiya we designed the city and built it in order to provide the venues needed for superior experiences, and then designed the city to ensure a seamless experience. So for example, you talked about the preparation for opening this year, as we are preparing to open Six Flags Qiddiya City. That theme park sits in an extraordinary location, designed to provide that seamless experience. So it's in a location where there are a number of theme parks located next to each other, car-free zone to provide that ease and safety to visitors, large number of hotels. In the middle of all of that, the speed track for motorsport events, and a large number of hotels. An attraction done in partnership with Mercedes-AMG. So when people arrive there, they feel safe. They can attend events without the traffic, The friction usually get associated with attending large events. Here you can arrive in an easy way through a monorail into your hotel, and then just a walking distance, you can attend a large number of events or try an experience in one of the theme parks. So essentially, you don't need a vacation after the vacation.
Yeah, which is something I think many of us have experience with. Scott, if I was to flip it to you, I mean, Abdullah spoke about experiences, and if we were to adjust that to talk about IP and IP owners, what makes them want to invest, trust, and even perhaps localize when entering new markets?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's great to be back here in the kingdom with a lot of my friends. I think that as an owner of parks, an operator of parks and IP, I think when we think about entering new markets, there's a variety of things we obviously consider. One is the market viable for the type of offering that we have, and there's large-scale theme parks, there's water parks, there's more unique high-end experiences that could fit into different markets. So you want to make sure that whatever you're bringing to a market is going to have a market fit for that market, obviously. There's obviously an economic consideration, both to the park itself, to the IP owner, to the partners that you're partnering with. And then there's local partners. And at the end of the day, you need to trust that you're going to be working with people that are capable and could deliver for you and could be good stewards of your brand. You want to make sure that if your brand is going to be operating in another park, whether you're operating it in partnership or whether somebody else is operating it, that they're going to deliver on that promise that we have to our customers and to our guests, and that ultimately that park is a viable park in that market economically and delivers on the promise of the brand. So that's what we think about. And this country is doing unbelievable things, in part with the stewardship of Abdullah in the various projects it has. Qiddiya is an unbelievably ambitious project that I've been fortunate to watch come to light over the last several years as I've visited the region. And I think that the kingdom is really at the forefront of taking themed entertainment experiences to the next level. So spending time here and watching as the various projects come to life, and watching as Abdullah and his team and other colleagues sort of change the landscape of destination entertainment experiences is quite remarkable, and it's the reason why the kingdom has been able to attract so many high-quality IP owners and brands, because the market's viable, the economics make sense, and when you get to partner like with people like Abdullah, those are people that you could trust to deliver.
Brian, as someone who has been to Six Flags, speaking about myself in Valencia, California, maybe 40 times, I can't tell you how excited I am to have Six Flags now at home. Now, when the product crosses borders, how much of it is going to be identical to the one that I know in California? How much of it is going to have some local touches, would you say?
Sure. Thank you again to the General Entertainment Authority for hosting us today. It's going to be a great 2 days. So I want to, when you think of Six Flags, you think of thrill roller coasters, and that's definitely a part of our brand. However, Six Flags Qiddiya City will be the first Six Flags theme park. First of all, our first park built from the ground up since the early 1970s, and our first theme park. So we do take the best lessons learned from our U.S. parks. However, when we start the design and the concept, the master planning of the park, we definitely want to look at the local market, the local region, conduct psychographic studies to understand, what type of food and beverage we want to serve, retail, what type of attractions, are they more geared towards thrill rides, family rides, and we want to take all that information and put that into the design when we do the concept, and then from schematic design and detailed design, and then all the way to the actual construction and execution of the park.
When tailoring, I'll stay with you, Brian, for a second. When tailoring the product to a new culture, is it kind of like a one-size-fits-all, or because this worked in the US, it will work here when you take into account age, abilities, and obviously the overall arching culture discrepancy?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Saudi, particularly the younger population, so we do want to look at our attractions. Out of the 28 attractions that we have at the park, we've got 8 roller coasters. Anything from a small junior roller coaster up to Falcon's Flight, which will be the world's tallest, longest, fastest roller coaster. So that's the extreme end. However, we want to make sure when our park guests come in with teenagers or young children that they can move through the park and still experience each land in the park as a family. And so that goes into the overall master planning. And of course, we'll take feedback from our customers in the future years and make enhancements, improvements. We've allocated expansion land in the park. So as the park attendance grows year over year, us being the first asset coming out of the ground at Qiddiya City, we still want to be able to listen to our customers and add more family rides or children's rides or continue with the thrill rides based on the feedback and the demand.
Whenever you're ready to do testing on any roller coasters, just call me. I'll be there.
We're there now.
I'm there. Alex, you've once said from factory to fantasy, which is a term that I really like. What does that transformation look like in terms of Saudi manufacturing terms? And how do you localize global creative production, if you will?
Well, that's multiple questions in one. First of all, assalamu alaikum. Thanks for the invitation. So I just need to go back to the start because we need a little bit explanation in terms of manufacturing rights and our company. So the company was founded in 1780, and we first start building wagons. We first start building caravans, and then we had a development to building roller coasters in 1922. And 1975, the Europa Park was built as a showroom for all these roller coasters. And the last 50 years, it went through the roof. We have 7 million visitors right now. And we've won the Golden Ticket Award 10 times in a row. So obviously, we're doing things right. And now I get back to the point of your question. We've built the Mach 1 exactly to put flesh to that bone. So the engineering or the precision we came from is just the bone, and storytelling for us is the flesh. So we're here to see that big capabilities and thinking big, like the project Qiddiya. There are so many possibilities to place creative productions, to place creative attractions, and
Well, can I follow up with another one, and maybe open-ended? I think everyone can chime in on this one. When entertainment becomes infrastructure, who owns the experience? Is it the visitor or is it the creator? I'll start with you, Alex.
I would say both. On the one hand, you have the creator fulfilling his thoughts in terms of a creative and in terms of create the narrative, the storytelling. On the other hand, you have to fulfill the customer journey. And in terms of the customer journey, it's for us a real necessity to see that it's not longer a single attraction, a physical attraction. It's a story-enriched attraction. So that means you put storytelling into the attraction, like theming, like music, like a certain design, at the time AR, in the waiting queue, for example. And this is where we need to extend the customer journey towards the visit in the park and afterwards. So this is a big aim of the industry today, that you're going to produce the longest customer journey.
Scott, what if I was to flip that on you in the world of SeaWorld? Who owns the experience? Is it the visitor or the creators of the park?
Well, I think it's the creator's obligation to create a place where the visitor gets to explore. And I think that the more we progress forward with technology and innovation, and I think a lot of that is happening, frankly, here. that the more immersive the experience is becoming. And I think, you know, if you look at the evolution of theme parks and amusement parks over time, they went from, you know, very simple attractions or activations to very, very elaborate experiences. And I think that it's the creator's obligation to create a space that the customer can explore, and within that space, create their own experiences.
Brian, with Six Flags on the verge of opening, do you look at it as a challenge entering the market, or because there isn't anything on Saudi soil that is of the magnitude of a Six Flags, you see it as something that plays into your advantage? Where do you stand?
I tell my team that, you know, we carry a lot of weight on our shoulders. Obviously, Qiddiya City, one of the giga projects, our park being the first park to be unveiled. I'm really focusing, one, we've got a fantastic location right at the base of the Twig Mountains. It's really, anyone I take out to the parks, it's the first feedback that we receive, and it's really something you can't spend any money to recreate that. We've been given some great attractions, great theming, great storytelling, and now this is all coming to the finish line, and it's on our shoulders to deliver, right? Not just commercially, but safety, employee safety, guest safety, guest service, customer service. My first career, my job first in the industry was at Walt Disney World as a food and beverage employee, so I can remember the discipline and the training and the guest service and the focus on that back from when Walt Disney started the company. And so our focus now is to get the basics correct and make sure that we launch the first theme park as part of Qiddiya City in the region on a successful note and clear the path for the rest of the attractions and the development in Qiddiya City.
Abdullah, bringing things closer to Qiddiya, over the years to come, do you see Qiddiya becoming one of Saudi Arabia's greatest experience exporters in attracting attention of, you know, both regionally and internationally, or even a powerful IP importer? Where do you stand on that scale?
I think first I would like to thank my friend Scott for his kind words. He has been coming to the kingdom now maybe 4 or 5 times a year over the past few years. We benefited a lot from his wisdom and advice as we are shaping our destinations and experiences. So thanks, Scott. To your question, Qiddiya is built on what we like to call the purpose of our purpose. Now we play, around this very powerful philosophy to bring and to advance play life as a key way of living for the development of societies, be it locally, regionally, and internationally. IPs will come and provide that experience on that platform that we are building here in Saudi. So, for example, when we saw Dragon Ball as a very famous international IP that has been on screen for the past 65 years, and now for the first time, it will be brought to life as a physical, immersive experience on the platform of Qiddiya City. And that's a demonstration of how we were able to provide that comfort by demonstrating the respect to those IPs to bring them to life. And this goes back to my previous point, which is the industry is evolving to more experience-driven, not just attraction-driven. And looking at IPs like Dragon Ball or Mercedes-AMG to bring that very powerful heritage of performance into entertainment by converting that heritage into an immersive experiences. So we see Qiddiya City as a platform to attract global IPs and bring them to life as an experience. So this is the ingenuity of the global excellence meeting the Saudi creativity in Qiddiya City.
What if I asked you about the measurement of success? Is it by the number of people coming through the doors, or is it by the impact that you have on the community in terms of lifestyle? How do you, Abdullah, or how does Qiddiya measure the impact of the success of the project?
I think across multi dimensions. So one, Qiddiya is built to welcome over 40 million visitors per annum, becomes the home of over 500,000 individuals as a population living in Qiddiya and benefiting from play life as a new way of living. So across these multi-dimensions, our ultimate purpose is to bring that philosophy of play to life, because it's quite important nowadays for society development, connections, and so on.
Scott, back home for you, the integration of parks into the state or the towns or the cities is a lot different from an objectives perspective. Over here, it's part of a national transformation. While you don't live here, when you see that the entertainment industry is part of a national transformation, how do you react to that?
Yeah, look, I think like I said earlier, the kingdom is sort of at the forefront of delivering sort of next generation experiences. And I think that what Qiddiya represents is something that doesn't really have a comparable in the world, both in terms of its mission, which Abdullah just laid out very clearly, and its scale. It just doesn't exist anywhere. So I think that we're going to see in real time here, what it means to integrate immersive entertainment experiences, into a city where people live, people work, people visit, and people play all at the same time. And I think that, I often say, and probably get in trouble saying this, when I come to this region and I see the innovation and the development and the construction and the energy around all of that, and then I go back home to New York or to the US where I live, I often say, like, the future of the world is here, and the history of the world is back where I come from. And that's in part because of the vision of the leadership here, and the ability to corral resources and move things with the pace and the urgency that it's happening. But it's also because there's a benefit that you have when you haven't yet developed, right? There's not a new amazing bridge that's going to be built in New York. We have bridges. They were built, 50, 60, 70 years ago. So there's not even the opportunity to build the next greatest amazing bridge. But here, there's a need for new bridges. And when you are going to build a new bridge in in 2025 or 2026, the technology, the know-how, the expertise, the learnings are all being reflected here. And the most innovative designs, the most innovative buildings, the most innovative F&B offerings, the most innovative entertainment offerings really are here. So yeah, as Abdullah mentioned, I come here quite a bit because I learn a lot from coming here, and frankly get inspired by what I see here. And as sort of surprising as it may sound to some people back home, there's a heck of a lot more to learn here than there is back at home. And I think that so I think that we're going to see for the first time how this comes together in Qiddiya.
So the element of it being undersaturated here compared to perhaps saturated back in New York, as I asked Brian earlier, plays into our advantage because there's less to compete with?
Well, I think there's that, but there's also you get to create it from scratch, right? There's already a city in New York, right? If you determine now that, oh, we really should be integrating theme parks and immersive experiences and better F&B into New York City, you mean, what are you going to do? Take it apart and put it back together again? You can't do that, right? You know, here, Abdullah and his colleagues get to learn from all around the world what worked, what didn't work, and then get to create something from scratch. It's really an unbelievable thing. I mean, during COVID, we had this great opportunity in companies to sort of take everybody out of the businesses because we were shut down and then rebuild again, right? And I used to say when does that happen? When do you get to take 25,000 people and say, all go home, and then figure out how you're going to put them back together again? When the economy is going and people are moving, you can't really do that. But COVID gave us that great opportunity. You know, I mean, Saudi has that great opportunity where they had a clean piece of paper, and they are taking advantage of that in a very clear and decisive way. And you see that. I mean, you see that. I mean, everybody here sees that, and when people come here, they visit, they see that. So I think that's a huge advantage for sure.
Did you know that the Riyadh Metro was driverless?
I did not know that. But I know that it opened up recently. I haven't tried it yet. I got to try it.
That's about 1.5 years old. But it's interesting because you said what you're doing now is you're building with the latest tech.
Yeah.
Unlike the New York subway system that's been around for over 100 years.
Yeah, exactly.
You should jump on that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it shocked me when it was driverless. Brian, will there be challenges in attracting people year-round? We know what the weather obviously is like in July. Is that something that you and the team are looking to combat?
100%. It's something we looked at in the initial design of the park. Scott and I were walking this morning, and the natural reaction when you say you're building a theme park in Saudi Arabia or Riyadh, it's too hot, the sand, things like that. And initially there was a strong drive from the creative teams and things like that to put a lot of shading throughout the parks. They didn't really understand the local market and the local demographic and how people react and are more nighttime orientated in the summer months. Growing up in Orlando and Singapore, I can tell you operating theme parks in hurricane areas, lightning is a huge issue for our parks in the US. Rain, lots of downtime for those sort of elements. So looking at the local market, actually Riyadh's most of the year round, it's actually very comfortable and a great place to be outdoors, and we all love being outdoors in this region. So yes, we've made allocations, but we didn't want to put tons of shading across the park because we know in the summertime we will not be open at 12 noon. We'll open in the late afternoon, in the evening. Lack of humidity, it's still very comfortable to be in the park at night, so we don't need to put all that additional shading in some of the areas of the park. So we'll definitely operate seasonally through the course of the year, summer months more in the nighttime, late hours. As we move into the cooler times of year, it does give us the opportunity to extend our operating day to be open in the afternoon or earlier and extend again into the late evening, which allows us from a capacity and on peak days to accommodate more visitors in the park. So all of those considerations were taken into account in the design, and then as we plan events or seasonal activities throughout the year, we just layer them around the different times of year and work with the weather as it is. So.
Alex, when it comes to manufacturing and that being part of the creative chain, is it tough to juggle all three things, sustainability, innovation, and authenticity?
I think that's exactly the right triangle you have to achieve. On the one hand, creativity is king. The idea and the story rules. This is a given fact. In terms of sustainability, I really have to admit, I'm the first time in Riyadh, and I'm really impressed. Most of the capability to think big. I mean, if you would present ambitious projects like Qiddiya to the German government, they would instantly implode. And here's the other way around. And this is really inspiring. So when it comes to sustainability, projects like Qiddiya bring a lot of power with them. You have to develop infrastructure, you have to develop creative content, you have to develop content production hubs, artistry, entertainment shows, connectivity. So you're counting a lot of into the bucket of employment and long-term development, which is definitely sustainable. And when it comes to innovation, I think we are here in the place where the knowledge of international experiences come together, and this makes it a very modern and a very innovative place. So in several years, we will definitely look here as the prototype of the future experience design and master planning.
Sorry, all the excitement of this got me dry throat. Well, we have about 6 minutes or so. Let's close with this one. Changes that you would either hope to see or anticipate to see in your respective industries, which aren't too far away from each other, over the next 5 years. I'll start with you, Abdullah.
I think now with the age of technology advancements and AI, the productivity of individuals will continue to increase. And that means there will be more time for special experiences. And that's why Qiddiya as a city is built on that concept, that we should not just settle for some time for play, but we should have it as a play life and not to settle at anything less. And that's why Qiddiya will be the first city that just built solely on the concept of play, because that's it's a future proof that people will continue to aspire and not to settle for less than play life.
Thank you. Scott, same question to you. Changes you'd like to see in the next 5?
Well, I don't know what I'd like to see, but what I expect to see is, you know, there's been this sort of secular trend over the last several decades, not just in the U.S. but around the world, of people wanting more experiences and less things, and each successive younger generation is successfully looking for more experiences and to spend their, you know, a larger and larger proportion of their time and their dollars on experiences versus things, and I expect that to continue, and I think as a result, you know, all the businesses that we're in, I think, are going to benefit from that over time. So I think that's one thing that I expect. I hear, this is maybe a controversial topic, but I hear a lot about the hype and the hope of AI, and I certainly see all the money being made in certain parts of the AI value chain. I'm still waiting for how AI is going to impact our businesses. There's a lot of ways that AI, I think, could impact our businesses directly and could benefit the customer experience as well. I don't see that today, but I do expect that in the near term, you'll start to see how AI is going to both make businesses in the entertainment sector more profitable and more efficient, and also provide a better guest experience. I don't know yet how that's going to evolve, but I think that's a second thing that I expect. And then I expect that this region, certainly led by the Kingdom, will continue to develop and evolve and be the center of the global sort of entertainment destination. I mean, Orlando, you know, where we have parks historically, and where Brian has worked in the past, has been sort of the center of the sort of themed entertainment world. And I expect that, given the pace of development, the scale of development, the quality of development, and the capital being invested here, and the strategic geographic proximity to, you know, half the world's population in 6 hours, I think that I think that you're going to see this region become more and more globally relevant from an entertainment perspective. Those are three sort of things that I expect over there.
Thank you for that. Brian, same question for you. Changes you'd like to see going forward in the next 5 years?
So I'm gonna localize my response more to Qiddiya City, right, as the first parks coming out of the ground. So, one, Qiddiya has been an amazing partner to really dream big. To have the world's longest, tallest, fastest roller coaster. I won't say where I worked in the past, but I don't think I would have got the approval on that ride to go to be built. But I appreciate the vision, right, the bigger vision, and so for us now coming online with the future assets, I think I'd like to try to, figure out how we're going to work with the Dragon Ball team and the other assets are going to be coming online in the coming years to make sure that we're not competing necessarily on like-for-like rides or attractions, but we're collaborating together to build this destination and have an offering for obviously a wide demographic and also feel how we can complement each other. Looking at how we can make it a frictionless experience. Like we said, we have a blank piece of paper that we're designing, whether it's the transportation component, how you move from your hotel into the parks, et cetera. So I'm excited to be able to kind of be the first park out of the ground and how we're going to grow over the next 5 years with the other parts of Qiddiya City that'll be coming online.
Awesome. Last but not least, Alex.
I want to split my answer. So on the one hand, you have the development of technology, so the development of the attractions. When you look in the past, we had physical attractions like single roller coasters without theming. Now we are in the phygital age, so enriching roller coasters or other attractions with digital media, and we are going to the phygital plus. So it will be interactive rides, interactive dark rides, media-enriched rides, and AI-enriched rides. Personalization of content will be a big player in terms of theme parks. And on the other hand, you have the development of, like Qiddiya, like themed cities. So we are going to the new age of experience design. It's about the community, it's about the belonging. IPs will play a big role and everything will be merging together, that you have a long experience, a long customer journey or habitant journey, call it whatever. Your journey is the key, and this is where we are heading at. And looking at the development right here is the perfect example. So we joined with the Dollar Group and Favasel to have a joint venture. It's called Sparks, to be here, to listen, to learn, and of course to support.
Thank you so much, Alex. I want to thank you all for your time. I want to thank you for your contribution in bringing your experiences to my country, to our country, and helping us achieve, whether it's our projects, our KPIs, Vision 2030, everything at a whole. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you to everyone in the audience who engaged with us in this panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
مساء الخير. How's your day going so far? I am just pulling up everything from my iPad. Just give me a second. And here we go. So anybody who hears about Bollywood, it's nearly, yes, woo, some excitement here. Yeah, come on. Give it up. Yes, thank you. So Bollywood is synonymous with emotions. Anyone who's seen anything from Bollywood feels something, whether it's joy, sadness, you're holding on to your seat, you're holding on to your breath. Tonight, we are with three legends. Well, I wouldn't even call them legends, I'd call them universes that not only shaped Indian cinema, but also global storytelling. So please welcome with me, Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, and Amir Khan. Come on, louder for everyone. I don't know what side they're coming on from. There we go. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Hi. Is everybody else joining you?
Come on, Shah Rukh.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. And last but not least, Amir.
Amir Khan in the house.
Amir Khan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here today. Please have a seat. Wow, guys, did you see how the energy shifted in the room the second you're all here together?
That's all because of you.
I mean, no, I don't think so. Nobody was clapping when I was here. I'm kind of jealous. What? It's amazing to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. And my understanding is you haven't been together on a panel in the past 10 years?
Yes,
Or
the last
not?
time we shared the stage was at Raja Sharma's place.
That's right, yeah. Where you all forced me to dance.
That's so nice. So I wanted to ask you, how does it feel to be together today? And I wanted to ask you another question, and I know each one of you is going to have a different answer, which is so interesting. Whenever we're talking to fellow actors, we're always, what's that it factor that makes someone, the second you look at them, know like, oh, these guys are going to make it. They're going to be stars. They're going to be universes. They're going to be bigger than life. So I'm so interested to know on a personal level, what is it that makes, what's the it factor?
Shah Rukh will answer this.
You can all answer this.
I will answer this. No,
Do you
to be
want me to
honest,
answer this?
Anybody who ever says, and this would be my experience, this would be Salman's and Amir's,
Yeah.
and most of the actors who've worked for many, many years, that there is nothing like an it factor. If somebody ever tells you that, that is absolutely redundant and not true. You don't know what the it factor is. The it factor has got to do with the audience, how they take on to your persona, how you look, how you talk, how you walk. None of that resonates. It's just something else about a person that an audience starts liking in large numbers. If you were to honestly ask Amir right now, he'll tell you, I don't know why I'm a star. If you ask me, I'll tell you, I don't know why I'm a star.
Yeah.
I know.
Salman is the only one who'll know. Nobody else will know.
I know because.
Yeah. So Allah,
If he
Allah
wants to
meherban,
make you a
yeah.
star.
that's
God has
nice.
been kind, yes.
So this is the thing, because I see a lot of actors, and you know, you've been here for a very long time and you've seen changes, and everything has adapted and new mediums have happen. And how do you not lose that sparkle or joy of going every day to work? What is it that
See,
makes
because,
you?
yeah. None of us call ourselves stars. We don't believe in that. There's some journalists, they add these things: Salman Khan star, Shah Rukh Khan superstar, Amir Khan super duper star. We don't believe this at all. We still, at home, are just like everyone else. I still get yelled by my father, my mother, still get told by my sisters, my brothers. So we're just normal human beings, and it's just that there's so many people who we work with. They are the people who portray average, mediocre people like us in, not them, me, to look like a god on screen. So the credit is not us. It is your DOP, your director, your writer. And then the people, the fans, go and see Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan, Salman Khan, Akshay Kumar, Ajay Devgan, Sanjay Dutt, you know, on screen, and they like what they see on screen.
So to what do you attribute the success that you have? Is it like a group work, like you're saying right now?
It's success is what, Friday?
The success of even
Failure
Bollywood
is
cinemas,
Friday.
your story is going on such a global platform in general.
See, our films release on a Friday. And the film is a big hit, does well, we're happy. We come to a stage that the film is not so good, doesn't do well. Some competitors are very happy.
So with everything that's modern, like all the things that are changing, how do you adapt a little bit your craft with the changing times to appeal to the new generation, but at the same time, still appeal to the generation that has followed you from the start?
I think at the end of it all, it's all about, the content, the
Yeah.
emotional content that we have in our storytelling. Amir is an extremely organized, perfectionist, as they call him.
No.
He
I'm
works
not organized at all.
Okay, he's not organized, but he works very hard trying to tell a story. Salman has his freewheeling way to come and work because it comes from the heart. I try to amalgamate both of these. But at the end, I think the core value that the three of us and all the other stars Salman mentioned, and lots
Yeah.
of other stars who will come along the way, I think there's an emotional connect that our films have. Maybe it's our culture, maybe it's the fact that we all belong to, in India at least, and I think that's why more so in Saudi also, there's a familial connect. Somewhere, whatever the story, if I'm playing a bad guy, a good guy, a happy guy, a poor guy, a rich guy, whatever character we are playing, I think somewhere the culture part of it and the emotional connect transcends boundaries of languages, platforms, as you mentioned, whether it's on a telephone or an iPad or on OTT. I think it's the storytelling, emotional connect that binds every actor, not just the three of us. We've been very fortunate, like Salman mentioned. God has been too kind to us. We just get up in the morning and do our work as simply as he said, being lambasted by our families at home for doing right and wrong, but we just get up in the morning and go back to work. But I think it's the emotional connect that somehow, because of hundreds of people who work with us, have been able to portray us, and we've been able to tell these familial, emotionally, culturally common stories for the rest of the world, in spite of the language that we speak.
So what do you think makes it appealing for such a global scale? Is it just the emotional part, or could it be the addition of music, the image, the photo? I mean, I remember when I was starting to acting and everybody was like, okay, you need to go to Bollywood, not Hollywood. And I remember I had a period where I started
You
watching.
should have come, you'd have made it.
Should have. Actually, I used to live, oh, really? Thank you.
I mean,
It's not
Jackie
never
can
too
do
late.
it, and Katrina can do it, and yeah. But it requires a lot of hard work, and first, it requires you to speak the language. If I want to do an Arabic film,
Yeah.
I will have to learn the language.
That's interesting. Wow. But I was thinking, and do you believe you have to take a lot of risks in this industry? Because I feel like all of you you're also wearing producer hats on, not just actors. So for me, I always wondered, Is there any limitations to just being actors? Or is there a reason why you wanted to produce? Amir, do you want to answer? Or
Sorry, what is your question?
becoming a producer, because
Let me go back earlier to your earlier question of how, what is a star? Like
Yes,
Shah Rukh
yes.
said, I think it's impossible to pinpoint. Perhaps, I think all three of us were very fortunate that we were born in India. Born in a country where we could be part of Hindi cinema. Had we been born somewhere else, we wouldn't have been here. So I think...
No, if you're born in Hollywood, those guys wouldn't have been there.
Well, so I'm saying it's a lot of... It's the opportunities, it's where you are at what time, fate, whether you call it fate or whatever, destiny, where you are at that time. Of course, everyone is hardworking. All of us work hard, and a lot of people who want to come into any field work very hard. But it's also a lot of, are you at the right place at the right time? Many things work in your favor, which are not in our control. Many things are not in our control. So it's a mix of all of that, I guess. Yeah.
See, Amir comes from a film background, so do I. This man here didn't. He didn't. He came from Delhi.
May I interject,
struggled.
Salman? Sorry. I also come from a film family. Salman's family is my family. So I'm also like that.
Oh, that's
Amir's
so
family
sweet.
is my family.
So now we know why Shah Rukh is a star.
Well, that's why I'm a star.
that's so nice to see this relationship between you guys. How do you feel in general?
That's only on stage.
You should see us backstage, what we
See
do.
us backstage.
Right after this.
Well, how's your relationship with stardom in general and everything that happens? I know sometimes stardom can consume people and sometimes it can feed you. I mean, we're all humans here, right? Sometimes we want to have bad days, and now you feel like with you appealing to so many audiences and having this much presence on social media, how do you feel it impacts you on a mental level? Does it feed your soul, or can it get overwhelming sometimes?
Well, it is challenging. I think it is challenging. Being in the public eye all the time is challenging. I think amongst the three of us, I'm probably the most reluctant star. Nahi, Shah?
No, you always wanted to be a star more than both of us.
Yeah, because he was the first-born star.
I like to be in corners. I don't like the limelight on me. I'm not comfortable with that.
Are you an introvert?
I'm more of an introvert, yeah. So I am uncomfortable in many ways. But all of us deal with it in our own way, I guess.
No, I think, I don't want to take away the import of social media, but I do believe that when it comes to social media, and especially being in the limelight or in the glare of public all the time, which any public figure has, not only in films, otherwise also.
Yeah.
Today, you just have to have blinkers on. You have to believe cinema, story writing, storytelling, creative work is the beginning germ is belief. So if you have belief in this is what I'm doing, and inshallah, this will turn out to be well, hopefully, this will turn out to be well, what others say does not matter. So you have to have blinkers on. You just have to say there's going to be a lot of noise, too much noise all around you. Oh, he should dress up like this, he should sit like this, his film should have been like this. I think every morning, if we were to look at social media, people tell us what next film to do also. Who we should star with in the film, who the director should be. But you have to believe in a simple basic idea of storytelling and just start your day with that, end your day with that, end your year with that, and I think you should end your whole career like that. Everything else is noise. You just tell your story, the story that you believe in. It's as simple as that. We've been doing it for 35 years. Maybe I put it too simply for people who are starting off and who are now surrounded by this fantastic social media influx in every part of our lives, may have problems dealing with it. The youngsters will have problems. But if you were to take anything from our experience, like he said, he's an introvert. Whatever I know of Salman, I don't think he wants to be in the public eye. Personally, I'm very shy. So we actually are people who would not love to be in the public eye all the time. We deal with it because it's part of a job now. Beyond that, I don't think either of us takes it seriously. We just make sure our work is taken more seriously than that.
He doesn't come out of his house. He doesn't come out of his house. I don't come out of my house.
Yeah.
Only when we have to work, that is when we have to go to shoots. See, I believe, I remember that I must have been about 13, 14, I went to see this film called Enter the Dragon. And when I came out of the theater, I thought I was Bruce Lee. And I got beaten up.
Okay.
But that impact is that I realized one thing is that when you come out of the theater, somebody should want a son like you. A mother should want a son like you. A father should want a son like you. A sister should want a brother like you. A girl should want a husband or a boyfriend like you. And when you come out of the theater, you should go back home at least a 20-25% a better person. And that character is liked. So he's liked by older women that I want a son like this. I want a brother. Now we've come to a stage like, I want a father like him. Very soon we're going to be. We want grandfathers like him, granddad.
But do you feel like you have to be, you cannot necessarily be your authentic self when you have such, when you're put on such a pedestal of people wanting to be like you, wanting to do that, that you don't get to express your weaknesses, because as human beings, we all do have weaknesses as well.
See, success has made more failures than failure itself. You fail, you get complacent, you stand up, you start working a lot harder. Success, if this goes to your head, then your old age is going to be really painful. So you should never let success go to your head. I mean, you cannot take the credit. You can take the credit for failure because you signed the film, you've done the project, but you cannot ever take the credit for success. It belongs to everyone.
And the energy, that's very correct. And I always thought that acting, we're trading energies with people, and that people require your energy all the time. So my question would be, when you have such a huge fan base and audiences and people around you all the time, where do you resource yourself, and what's your relationship with the fans, and how do you maintain healthy boundaries with people so that you're able to have your bad day or able to focus on the scene you want to do without necessarily having to give your attention to everyone around?
I think, Razan, what happens is, when you're asking these questions to the three of us, the answer would be similar. You just have to be true to yourself. And when you become a star, people expect a certain kind of behavior from you, certain kind of, out in the public, that we start to learn. As a matter of fact, stardom of the level that Salman has seen, Amir has seen, I've been fortunate enough to see, actually humbles you. It makes you grateful to all the forces around you. And one of the biggest forces are the audience who's loving you so much. So the humility always becomes, I'm sure for all of us and all the other actors as the years go by, that I'm in the service of the audience. I really need to make sure that they are entertained. Like Salman said, when they walk out, they should feel a better person because they've seen a film. When they walk out, they should aspire to be somebody, or they should identify with the character we are playing. So at the end of it all actors, at least in our context, would be that there is nothing else that we want to think about. As a matter of fact, I think we don't even like to call them fans. These are people who love us. You talk about energies. We just want to share this positivity back with them that they have given to us, not only shared, for the last 35 years. So I think it's a very gratifying feeling. It's a feeling of gratitude. It's a feeling of wanting to serve everybody who comes to watch our films in the best way possible. There's never been a finger lifted, an expression done, a dialogue done, without keeping in mind, are we making sure everybody who comes to watch this film is happy to see or goes back, like Salman said, a better person. So you just have to be honest to yourself and say, I'm in the service of storytelling to this huge gamut, this huge sea of people who love us so much.
Yeah, and how do you recharge yourself with all these things? Like, where do you find your source of inspiration on a daily basis to be able to give everybody else that feeling?
I find it in my children. I find kids very refreshing, very resourceful, and Salman has a lot of children in his family. Amir has kids. I find them great source of energy. I just find their ideas now. I've been fortunate to be first. Let me just say thank you, Joy Forum, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Adnan, for having us here. Thank you, Turki Al-Sheikh, for creating this. I'll tell you the reason. Last night we were together, and we got to meet so many people. We met the team from Squid Games, we met Speed, we met Mr. Beast, and this energy that we see of so many other people that we've only experienced on screen, never met personally, really helps us also to think, okay, you know, here is a congregation of people that all of us are come to this platform in Saudi, sharing, wanting to tell people good stories to entertain them. I think that's refreshing for me. You know, when I come to a forum like this, get to meet us in this kind of setting. We meet otherwise at home and have a great time. But this is really nice to come and say, okay, there's so many people wanting to share ideas. You take refreshment from there, you take energy from there. And yes, the more innocence you spend time with, the more energy you get to express in acting.
I find reading really helps me. I love reading since I was a small kid. So that is something that input of characters, ideas, that really inspires me when I read a good book.
And now singing as well.
Now Ahmed is singing also. He's learning classical singing for the last two years now.
Okay, now these two have decided to start pulling my leg.
Are they? Would you like to?
He'd like to.
क्यों कर रहा है ऐसा?
Please.
नहीं यार.
They're basically going to put you on the spot now.
So I think basically our families keep us grounded. And we know that till the time we don't give it our blood and sweat, the hardest that we can work, you know, tearing ligaments, breaking bones, I don't think that the audience will, they want to see hard work. They want to see that we're taking our time off, we're taking a whole day off to go and watch a movie. We want to see you at your best. So that is what keeps us going, because they are taking their families, they're going to see somebody who they don't know, but yet we're in their living rooms and their bedrooms, we're on their phones. So we all the time have to give it our best so that their money is well spent when they come and watch our movies. And basically, our families keep us grounded. And we've seen, you know, from nobodies, we were nobodies to such heights of success. And then suddenly, disaster after disaster. So that failure has kept us all balanced, that this is always never going to be there. This is going to go. Now, how are we going to handle this that's the only one thing in our mind, that we should be normal human beings, content, and Allah ka shukr ada karna chahiye, na shukra nahi hona chahiye, that whatever He's given us till whatever time, till whenever, we are grateful for that. And 99.9% of the people don't have even 0.1% of what we have. And it is because of them that we have what we have today. And we all are very grateful to them.
That's such a lovely word. And hearing you all speak about families, it just shows how we have similar values in the Middle East as well. Like, we're very family oriented. So it's very refreshing to see the strong bonds. And what do you think would be the similarities between the Arabic culture and the Indian culture?
Well, whatever, I mean, this is the second time that I'm coming to Saudi Arabia, and it's a beautiful country. I came a few months ago for the Red Sea Festival, and now for this one. I think that the people here are extremely loving, extremely respectful. There's a lot of positivity in everyone here, so that's wonderful to see.
And generosity, I find.
Certainly, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of similarities. I think the emotional key that Indians have is very similar to all of Middle East, and I would say even like I've been to China, and over there I find that the emotional key of Chinese people is very similar to Indians as well. Yeah. So it's not just, I think it's the Middle East, India, and even the East has a very similar key in terms of their emotions. That's what I've experienced.
And also the respect that we have, not only for our parents, for our grandparents.
That's true.
For our mothers. And that respect is, I mean, you have it here, the whole Arab world has it, and so do we. That mother is nothing above mother. And no man can ever be happy for a person's success than his own father. So we know these things. We know that they're on our side. And the fact that we will stand up in front of them, we'll bow down in front of them, is because we have that tremendous amount of respect for our people. You have it here, we have it there. And that thing of that we should not hurt our loved ones. So these are things that is common in your culture and our culture.
That's true. And this is what I wanted to ask you next, is that Saudi Arabia is really becoming like a hub, attracting people from all over the world to come do project here. So in what way do you think you can bridge the gap between Bollywood and actually doing projects in Saudi Arabia? Do you see, what is your vision for that?
I think after having spoken the fact that, you know, we have so many cultural binding things, familial things, we're all God-fearing. I think these are commonalities between us and Saudi. And actually, if you really expand your vision, most of the world believes in these three tenets. And I think what Saudi Arabia, through forums like this and other things that are happening in Saudi Arabia lately, I think is opening up a midpoint for the world from the West to come in, from the East to come in, share ideas, plan things, and to be honest, the openness and the hospitality and the love with which everybody is welcoming here, I think that itself is so, it makes you feel so wanted. You know, you come here once, I've been here a couple of times now, and I've been shooting here for about 15, 20 days. For me, it is, look, I'd love to come back here. You just need an excuse to come again. And inshallah, work also brings us back. Forums like this bring us back. But at an individual level also, I think the fact that Saudi has cultivated this landscape for all kinds of people to come down here, share ideas, nurture goodwill, and basically just be able to create content. When I say content, it's not just for a platform. Just be able to tell stories to each other which make the world happy. The world sometimes is an unhappy place. I think we all come together, congregate in places like this, we share a bit of happiness, and hopefully it'll transcend and go out to the rest of the world. So there is not going to be any problem. I don't know if you're aware or not, but Salman and Sanju have already done a bit part in a film which is being made here, which is fantastic looking. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
We played small bits. We did a guest appearance in, it's called
and it's so sweet.
Seven Dogs.
Can I just say, in Saudi they call it guest of honor. They don't call it guest appearance.
Salman was there, taking care of us.
So it's you know, it's just opening of this gateway, and I'm sure we'll all be working here. People from Saudi, the talent, the singers, the writers, the poets, filmmakers, cameramen, they'll come down to India and do stuff, and all of us go around and conquest the whole world with our storytelling at the end of it all. And see, I think that's what it means. It's not a difficult thing. If your heart is in the right place, like ours is from India, and Saudis is from Saudi, I think we'll connect and continue telling lovely stories together.
And I think it's going to be a really good thing for the Arab film industry. You know, since Saudi has just opened up and they're making theaters after theaters after theaters. So for the Arab film industry, because it's a very large Arab community, you know, a lot of people speak the language. Now just imagine you have some 20, 30,000 theaters here. The amount of work that your film industry will get, and most of the times that other industry needs, you know, Arabic actors. So there will be a lot of work and a lot of revenue that is generated. And I think that the Arab film industry could be one of the largest film industries.
I also feel that Saudi Arabia over the last few years is demonstrating with its actions that it wants to be more inclusive. It wants to be part of, you know, larger things. And I think that demonstration with actions is going to pay a lot of, you know, I mean, like Salman was saying, it'll bring a lot of work here. The fact that, you know, Saudi is inviting creative people, not just creative people, I think sports people as well, from all over the world. By their actions, they're indicating that they would like to be much more inclusive. And I think that itself is a very strong statement and a strong step, in the right direction.
So what project would have to land right now in front of you that's a co-production between Bollywood and Saudi Arabia?
So Razan Salman Bhai is learning Arabic.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm learning the dance, and Amir is going to audition for the song right now. Come on. Come on, Amir. He's learning. See, they'll keep on, you know, what my problem is, they'll keep asking intellectual questions and we'll run out of answers after that. We are entertainers. We need
I'm
to
almost
entertain
done
people.
with my questions, by the way.
You're sounding too intelligent, Razan. We are getting a call about what else, nice word, big words to use. So we are going to ask Amir to save us with... They're just, he's just been learning. So we all have to be happy that he started learning, and he'll do a little rendition, and the loudest claps have to come. Salman and me are going to clap the loudest when he sings.
So I love singing. I don't know how much other people like my singing, but I enjoy it. So why don't all of us, three of us sing here?
We'll do the backup dancing.
Why don't you join me?
Like we do in Hindi films, Salman and me will just stand behind and
Wow.
we'll do a little dance.
अरे क्या
while he
मस्ती कर
sings.
रहा है?
Please. Salman, our step is this, huh?
कौन सा गाना गाऊं?
वाली कर रहे हैं step.
Which
कौन
song
सा
should I
करें
sing?
step? Whichever song you want, we'll just
Whichever song you want to sing, Amir. We are your background dancers.
We have a special
ताल मिले नदी के जल में, नदी मिले सागर मिले कौन से जल में, कोई जाने ना. ओरे ताल मिले नदी.
Big round of
के
applause,
जल
ladies and
में.
gentlemen. His first public performance of his learning the classical singing. And in Saudi Arabia.
That was great.
Actually, Salman sings really well. I've heard him sing.
Yeah, but only in the studio, and after that, the technicians spent about 2 months correcting my voice. So I don't think it's a good idea singing right here now. No, also, Saudi Arabia has given so much of employment to our people. You know, people from the south, people from all over India. So it's like amazing. Everyone, because they pay them well, they take great care of them here. So most of the people, the working class as well as everybody, they get a much better salary here. Their life is much better. Their families there are taken care of. So we are really thankful and grateful for all the employment that you have given our people here.
So definitely there are stories to be told since there's such a large presence here of people from India. I guess I'm already writing a script in my mind, so I wonder what's your dream project that you could think right now, or in a special location or a special genre that you see would fit Saudi Arabia?
See, right now, if you make a Hindi film and just release it here, it'll be a super hit. If you make a Tamil film or a Telugu film or a Malayali film, they will do hundreds of crores of business just in this belt, just in the GCC belt, because so many people from our countries have come here. There are people from Balochistan, there are people from Afghanistan, there are people from Pakistan. Everyone is working here.
That's so nice. Do you have anything to say?
No, I mean, you're asking about a dream project. I think, let me show off a little. It's been too long I've been humble on this platform. Yeah, I've been being too nice, too kind. I have to say, if three of us are in a project, it is a dream itself. So, whenever we do. Absolutely. Hopefully not a nightmare. It will be a dream if the three of us are together. And inshallah, whenever we get an opportunity, a story, we're always sitting, whenever Amir, Salman, myself, we get together. And I look up to these two guys. Genuinely I do, because they've been working in the industry.
He still does.
I still do. Look at me, I'm still looking up to Salman. So I look up to them, honestly, because the kind of ups and downs and the work they've done, starting from scratch, and having worked their way up to this, these people are aspirational and inspirational. And somewhere I feel really, really thankful that I have the opportunity to sit on the same forum, same stage, and the same house and chat with them. So If we are able to get together for a film, which we discuss a lot of times, we just need to make sure it does not let anyone down.
So Shah Rukh has this one thing, keeps on saying it over and over again, that I want him to say that here. Try and say that here. That nobody can afford us three in a film together. Say it.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it in Saudi because everybody will get up and say, "Habibi, Habibi, done." No, we joke. We joke because the affordability is not just the money. The affordability is the kind of timings we follow for work. We're very hardworking. We do come on time, but we have our own eccentricities. We've been working for too long, so can anyone afford those eccentricities? You know, I'll also tell you, when we are working together, we start laughing and joking so much. I'm sure any director, producer, and writer will, can you start working now, guys? Please, can we stop joking about, So I think there's a lot of goodness we three share. There's a lot of goodness we need to tell a story with. And one fine day, the three of us will be in a place where somebody takes on all the eccentricities and says, come on, three of you work together and have a good time, inshallah.
Now, when we three work together, the hero, the star of the project, is not going to be Shah Rukh, Amir, or me. It's going to be the script, and the script itself. That's it.
That's nice. But I can see you guys doing comedy together, action together, drama together. Like, the world is your oyster. So I feel like today is maybe like a day that's special where something's going to be born, hopefully.
Amir.
What?
Come in.
Are you with us?
Sorry.
He's already zoned out. He's spaced out.
Okay. So what can we do to bring back your attention?
No.
What do you want to talk about?
No, he's stuck on the third question.
Okay.
What?
He'll answer you from the third question now. He's understood the third question and he'll come back. He's been thinking very hard.
The third question was, why are you also producing as well? I think that was the third question. Do you want to answer that one?
When can we all come together?
No, I missed that. What were you asking?
When can we all come together?
Oh, when can we
do a film?
I think emotionally all three of us are ready to do a film together. It's just a matter of coming across the right script. So hopefully, as Salman said, it'll be the script that's most important for all three of us, I guess. And once it's a good story, which all three of us like, then I think, hopefully it's a well-made film.
The rest of the things don't matter now.
It's always a story for me. Right from the beginning of my career, it's always been, as a kid, I've always loved listening to stories, as I'm sure you all do as well. So I remember when I was a kid, we used to, harass our cook, so that when she would finish cooking, then she would sit in the kitchen and then we would all gather around her. Her name was Naseem B, and she would tell us stories, And I loved listening to stories from childhood. I began reading at a very young age. At the age of 6, I began reading, so I got into stories. And then my father was a producer, so a lot of directors and writers would come to pitch
My
stories.
father used to come?
Yeah.
My father used to come to your father?
Yeah. So I've sat in from the age of 6 or 7 years till the age of 16, 17. Almost all the stories that my father heard, I heard. And to begin with, Shah, I used to hide behind the curtain because my father was very hot-tempered, so I was scared that he might get upset with me. So I used to hide behind the curtain. And then he got to know that I'm listening to his stories, so he brought me in front. And I think today when I look back, I realized that was my training ground. I never imagined I would be in the films at that time. But just hearing stories and hearing the analysis of a story from people who are in the field, writers, directors, that taught me a lot as I was growing up. It was like a Gurukul, like we have in India. The Gurukul style of learning is probably what I went through, Also, because of films were being made, my father and uncle were both filmmakers. We've seen films evolve from the story to the prep to the way, 6 reels have been shot, 8 reels have been shot. And we've seen screenings of our films which our parents have made. So that entire process was a big learning, I think, for me during my childhood.
And since my father is a scriptwriter, so we used to do this every day at home.
Yeah. And in fact, Salim Saab and Javed Saab, Salman's father, Salim Saab, the two of them were the most successful writers that India has ever seen. I think they wrote 22 scripts together.
Yes.
Out of which 18 are super hits. I mean, what a track record here. Yeah.
So what advice would you have for the next generation of actors that's coming up now in a very different world
You know,
you first started?
I think three of us will need advice from the young actors because they are so good. Have you seen the young actors? They're doing their first film. Amazing. I think the young guys don't need any advice from us. We need advice from them. In their first film,
In
they're
fact,
doing
if we
such
do
good
give
work.
you advice, don't follow.
No, I feel
do
that the
just the
younger
opposite.
generation, I feel the younger generation is 10 steps ahead of us. I'm certain about that because the quality of work that young actors are doing, actors, actresses, writers, amazing stuff. So I get really inspired to watch young people work. I mean, if you see Lapata Ladies, they're all new actors here. And when I saw the first cut,
they
I
have
was
this
zapped.
huge
Kya acting
advantage
kiya hai
over
yaar?
us. They have this whole advantage over us because when we were growing up, we didn't have CCTV cameras, we didn't have phones with
Yeah.
cameras.
Yeah.
These kids are making, they're not camera conscious at all. You know, they're just very free.
They've grown up with cameras around them, yeah.
Because they're facing the camera all the time. From their phones to, I mean, you walk into a supermarket and you know that the cameras are following you all the time. We didn't have all that stuff. So the first time when we faced the camera and the camera went grrrr, you know that Harry?
Harry
we used to
took.
like get nervous. And because of that, we used to go into a take, another take, another take. That sound used to distract us. But now, today, the equipment is so amazing, and this everywhere is cameras. So the younger generation, they don't have the fear at all. Like how now Aryan made a web show, Bads of Bollywood. And it's done really, really well. So now his upbringing is the same. But he didn't want to, I had to rather have him in front of the camera and supersede his father. And like I said earlier, Aryan will be the only person he'll be happy with if Aryan supersedes him.
Or if Salman has a son, then I'd like him to be the biggest star ever in the history of mankind. So we are working on that. But I have a little advice for youngsters. Like Salman said, he's very right. All the youngsters are now very video literate. Cameras are on their faces, in their hands, everywhere around. And I think, yes, it has helped Aryan and all the youngsters now who are coming as actors or directors or storytellers because they're so used to cameras being around. Like Salman said, when we started with that ID2C camera, we used to get scared. The sound, you had to talk over it. There was no sync sound. It was very, very difficult. But I think there are two parts to being a creative person. One is the art, one is the craft. And the craft is now very easily available because of technology. It's in your hands. But within all that, do not let your art go. And what is art? Art has to be the innocence, which Salman Khan has retained over the years. What Amir Khan has retained over the years. Hopefully I can retain over the years. The innocence of just wanting to tell a story in the simplest form, like he heard from his father, like he's heard from my father. I'm sure growing up, I heard from my father and mother. So I think if you are able to keep it simple, don't get carried away by the craft, by the social media, by the peripherals of telling a story, which are very many. Marketing, publicity, wanting to be a star, being in a cover of a magazine. There are lots of noise around. If you're able to take the craft, learn it, but don't let the craft take over the art that you have. And the art is the heart. That's all you have. You have to feel from within.
Wow, the art is the heart.
And let me tell you, we are on a forum where we'll be very honest about it. There are days when we get it wrong. We also know it. It's gone wrong. We couldn't do better than what we wanted to do. We go back home, even now, and sit back and say, hey, I could have done that. Can I ask for one more take? We think that way. And we also feel very sad when all of it goes wrong. But wake up in the morning and feel that we have to get back to what we know best, which is just basic storytelling. And it is very touching to hear that these two wonderful superstars, not only of our country, but of the world, have just grown up and decided to tell stories because their father used to tell them stories. So it's as simple as that. The stories that you hear at home from your family are the ones you want to tell outside, and that simplicity is the art. So please retain that, work hard, bad days, good days, just keep working hard.
Shahrukh, have you seen that, क्या किया था अभी वो Netflix पे, you and Junaid?
Junaid and me? Oh, we did an ad. That ad you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, so he did.
Andaz Apna ka scene humne kiya tha, Junaid and me.
So I called him up. And there was a scene that they recreated of Andaz Apna Apna. And Junaid has done it so well. So well. I called him up, I said, Junaid is fantastic in this. So now, being Amir's son, okay, he's grown up. I mean, I used to carry him in my arms, both their children. Now I'm working on my own, but that's besides the point. But fantastic. I called him up and I said, you know what job you guys have done on that. So it was a promotion for your YouTube channel.
That's right.
It was an amazing, amazing job.
Thank you so much, guys. I think we are nearly out of time. I think I could have spent a lot more time here with you guys, but in a nutshell, is there anything you can summarize in maybe one phrase? What's going to be the future of Bollywood, and what do you envision it with this myriad of cultures coming together?
I think more than talking about Hindi film industry, Bollywood, South Indian film industry, the three of us would like to stand together and thank Saudi for giving us this opportunity.
Let's go.
And thank you, Razan, for looking after us.
Thank you so much, guys.
And let's call it, and let's not call it Bollywood anymore, let's call it the Hindi film industry.
And we'd like to thank the whole of Saudi for having the three of us here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the love and respect. Thank you.
We've had, the three of us have had more fun being together than you've had listening to us, I'm sure. So God bless you, and inshallah we'll be here more often and make films together with Saudi, with India, for the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. You guys were great.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel for the day is under the title Skill, Talent, or Culture, the multi-dimensional world of entertainment. I'd like to introduce on stage. Let me get the four names in, please, before the music comes on this time. Tim Welch, VP Business Development from Dark Horse Comics. Dr. Assam Bukhari, CEO of Magna Productions. Stefan Sonnenfeld, President of Company 3. And Kevin Schwatke, SVP Camera Systems and Solutions, ARII. Welcome. Well, thank you all so very much for being in Saudi, for those who travel to Saudi, for being on stage with me, for those who traveled to the Joy Forum. The subheading of this panel is skill, talent, culture, and technology. Today we turn them into a system that ships across media. How do skills, talent, and culture and technology all combine into one? And Tim, if I can maybe kick off with you.
Sure thing.
You know, each of you represent different pillars in what you respectively do. How do you turn creativity from a moment of a thought, a fleeting spark, into something tangible that you can call a creation?
Sure. I mean, see, working in comics and graphic novels, it's a long process. It's a very analog process of going from the idea to pencils on paper to coloring it to actually getting it printed and produced. I tend to always kind of fall back on the same answer of every project is a passion project. If there's not somebody who's willing to fight for every idea going into the book, then it's not worth doing. I want to push as many boundaries as we can to make the biggest, best project possible.
Do you know when a project's going to be a hit in early days, or when do you get a feel for it?
You can feel it when you're reading a script that is like really good. You know, especially if you're familiar with the artist who's drawing it. You can start to visualize it before the pencils even touch the page. You know what it's going to look like, and you know that it's going to be something special.
Sure, with experience, you get a better feel for it as
for sure. And then I've been very lucky to work with some of the biggest and best writers and artists in the world, and there are still some of them, guys like Mike Mignola, who created Hellboy and a bunch of other projects, that 30 years in, and he will send over a page, and I still get just wowed by it. I mean truly, like, he's a master, and getting to work with him directly is incredible.
That's awesome. Stefan, if I can move to you and ask you, what single process choice has made your work scalable, and what metric, if any, did you use to improve your work over the years?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me too. Appreciate being here.
Pleasure.
I would say that I started during this inflection point where there was traditional filmmaking with film and lab process to the digital process, which was a very different thing. And when I started the company about 27 years ago, it was important to create tools, both technological and workflow production processes, that would enable our clients, or the filmmakers in general, to have the most creative flexibility that they could have within the most sort of robust and technically advanced infrastructure. And I think those things enabled us to, number one, perform the duties that were expected of us, and secondly, to grow. And it also happened in tandem with just a sudden burst in content too, especially in long form. So we were, at the right time, we're at the right place at the right time, and then we also had the tools that enabled us to give the clients what they had never been able to achieve before. And then it snowballed from there. I mean, we grew exponentially for decades, actually. So that was our metric. We were asked to perform those skills in all these different cities around the world.
When it comes to, obviously, the nature of your industry is very tech-centric. How receptive are you or your team to trying out new things, as opposed to resting on your laurels in some respect and doing what you're used to doing, like, over the past 10 years? Are you receptive to tech?
Oh, yeah. I mean, innovation, inspiration's everything. And you have to have the culture and foster that culture and create that culture that inspires that. And I was saying earlier in the green room that, every single job, especially that I do, people come in and say, do something that nobody's ever seen before. So talk about innovation, and talk about, I'm sort of tasked with creating looks, and again, the company doesn't just do color, it does visual effects and sound and editing and conform and all sorts of different things. So in every department, we try to foster that that spirit, which makes us just, as was said in earlier panels, if you're passionate about something, it's not really work. You can love it, you enjoy it, you live and breathe it. That's all I've ever done is this business. So for me, I feel lucky every day coming to work and people challenging me to think differently and do things that I hope are new and unique.
Do you feel that things can always be a little bit better?
Yeah, I've learned a lot of people have separation anxiety in our business. They don't want to let go, so they don't finish films on time, and they keep editing or, going through the process. And I do think at some point you have to let go and accept what you've done. But yes, as a company and the leader of the company, absolutely, I'm always looking for something else and new ways to do things, constantly driving our people and myself to learn about new things and develop new things. We're known for that. We're sort of known for pushing the boundaries, new technologies, new processes, workflows, and some of the first to do certain things within our business. So yeah, that really gets me going, and I like that.
Fascinating. Dr. Assam, I'll move to you with a very simple question, a short one. Why do we need entertainment?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I think when we are talking about entertainment, we should remember the objective and the purpose of entertainment. Some people might think about business, about revenues. Others might think about cultural impact. But I think it's a very important tool for the human beings. In particular, according to a number of studies, according to World Health Organization, international labor organizations, 280 million people are facing the problems of anxiety and depression. They cost the world economy $1 trillion annually. And if we do a little mathematics, that is equivalent to 12 billion working days. On the other hand, studies show that playing games could reduce the depression symptoms 15 to 20%. Therapies using music and storytelling could help having lower levels of anxiety 25%. We all faced the problems of COVID-19, and we saw how entertainment sector played a critical role in helping all humanity. So what I'm trying to say here, why do we need entertainment? Entertainment industry is a tool, important tool, for a great objective, which is the joy and happiness of all people.
I definitely feel better when I play a game on my phone or PlayStation with my son. No question about that. You noticed that Saudi certainly has attracted the attention of many big-name entertainment companies in the world. Earlier in the panel, I had a gentleman from SeaWorld, Six Flags, we know is opening end of year. All of a sudden, there's a lot of attention from these big names to Saudi Arabia. Why is that?
I think we should go to the future. Let's go to 2055. That time, the average age in Saudi Arabia and MENA will be 38 years old. Europe, it will be more than 50s. Japan, 54. What does that mean? It means after 30 years, the center of creativity, the center of consumption for entertainment industry will be in Saudi Arabia, and it will be in MENA region. Saudi Arabia, I think it's very important to understand the new way of Saudi business. Saudi Arabia, we are not coming to participate in the entertainment industry. We are coming to compete and to win. Our way is to have something new, original. Let's look at Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
It's a new approach. Everyone is happy. Game companies, gamers, fan. You created something original. And next year we'll have Nations Esports Cup. Let's look at Qiddiya, Dragon Ball theme park. Our friends in Japan were extremely happy. It's something no one could make it before. Let's look what Riyadh season, the entertainment sector is doing in Saudi Arabia, in boxing, in tennis, in football, other areas, in film industries. So what I'm trying to say here is Saudi Arabia is creating great opportunities for all global players in the entertainment industry. And the great secret of success in Saudi Arabia, we are focusing not only on made in Saudi experiences, it's made in Saudi with the world. And that's why it's not limited to Saudi. Let's look at Riyadh Seasons event in London.
Yeah, it's global.
In the US. We are exporting Saudi entertainment to the world, not importing the experiences of entertainment only.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very good point, worthy of an applause. I think when you look at the population pyramid of Saudi, correct me if I'm wrong, but 50% is under the age of 30, give or take, and that's an investment in the future of that age bracket, which is clearly attracting such entertainment hubs to Saudi Arabia. I did not forget about you, Kevin. I want to ask you a question that I asked earlier to Tim, which is, if there is a single process that made your work more scalable, and what metric did you use to improve what you do in the world of digital cameras?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum also from my side. I think also picking up what Stefan and Dr. Assam mentioned, he mentioned innovation, he mentioned also the joy that entertainment brings. For us, what is probably the most important process? It's innovation, it's imaging and workflow innovation. You also mentioned the average age of certain populations. Our company is over 100 years old. ARI was founded over 100 years ago. So without a high-paced focus on innovation and bringing new things to life, we probably wouldn't be around anymore. And we started in film, we moved over to digital in the digital world in the early 2000s, and nowadays it's more like virtual production, it's digital twins, and now we're also venturing more and more into like live entertainment. So things that we saw over the past 2 days, like boxing, sports, e-gaming, that's something that we are now for like a year or two really entering strongly also in Saudi Arabia. And so without that, without entering new regions and cultures like the Saudi Arabian culture, I think it would be very difficult for us. And I think driving innovation across imaging, across workflows, new industries, new geographies, that's the most important metric or the most important process. In terms of metric, I don't know if it's a single one. If it's non-quantitative, it's probably the joy that our technology, our processes bring to the world. And quantitatively, it's probably the amount of either games or TV shows or movies shown at Cannes, was what Iris Knobloch talked about earlier, and getting awards. So bringing joy and also bringing some awards to our company, that's what drives us, that's what defines us.
Is the amount of tech available at your fingertips in the world we live today, tech has such a short shelf life, if you will. Does that play to your advantage, where you get used to something and next thing you know, a newer version is out and you have to make adjustments? Is that to your advantage or not?
It's adaptability. I think it's not, is it to your advantage or not? It is what it is, so we got to leverage it. We've had to leverage that over the last 100 years, and obviously the pace of innovation just keeps accelerating. So we need to incorporate that and then also decide what fits to our culture, what fits to our company, and where can we incorporate it and as ARI use it to, as a service company, help our customers, help the creators, help the IP owners to make their work better. On what other areas, it's not our stuff, so we need to look for partners and then just, partner with others that are probably quicker or more adapted to the new technology to still deliver the best possible result.
Tim, when you, early days in planning for a comic or a game, What determines whether that should travel to eventually become a film or a series? Is that determined early days or at what time?
I actually don't think it is determined early days. I think when we're trying to make anything, we want to make it the best version of that product. You know, I'm not going to name names because I still hope to work with the studio again, but I was in a negotiation with a larger film studio and about making one of our comics into a film, and they started asking for way more rights than I was willing to give them, and I just said, okay, well, conversation's over. We'll just stop here and move on. And the guy was shocked that I was willing to just walk away, and the reason for me was like, we wanted to make a book, and we made a book, and we're very proud of our book, and the book is everything to us. If you aren't approaching our book with that same level of care, this conversation's over. The book matters more because that was the first thing. Now, they did eventually come back, and we did end up working on something a little different with them, but they had to realize that I wasn't going to bend to give them what they wanted just to make a film. It had to be authentic. They had to match our level of love of the project first, or it wasn't going to happen.
Do you have any hands-off rules between a game studio and the film unit where ownership approvals and creative is all in alignment?
You know, you have to be willing to partner with people and change things. You know, we actually realized when we were sitting backstage that all of us touched a couple different projects. So Stefan worked on 300, the movie, and that's a Dark Horse comic, and we used RE cameras on that, and Umbrella Academy, which was a big Netflix series, another Dark Horse comic that, you know, we've all touched these things, and you have to be willing to let the other party have some control over how it's going to be, because I don't know anything about post-production at all, and if he tells me this is how it's going to be, I'm going to go, well, yeah, you're the expert there. But I would assume that same level of respect coming back if he was like, I want to make a graphic novel. I'd be like, cool, this is how we're going to do it. You know, you have to have a trust of how to work on the project with the other person. I don't think anything is a hard set rule of no, you can't do this, or yes, you have to do that, but you have to have a gut feeling for it of knowing what's going to represent this in this new medium the best possible way.
300 was an absolute epic, and one of, I think from a cinematography standpoint, the best in my opinion. How do you, when you're creating something, how do you ensure, Stefan, that you don't do something that is being repeated and something so original like 300, for example?
Well, I mean, a couple of things. Number one, entertainment is a team sport. You have to have your team, and you have to rely on your team, and you have to have partners. It's a team effort, for sure. Biggest problem sometimes that companies have. They don't act like that. With respect to 300, I mean, it was an early movie. That was one of the first to do the digital process, which I think we were the first to create, one of the first to create, and definitely we perfected our craft over the years. And I think, you know, that was something that was completely unique and never been seen before and really transformed our business. So when you say, how do you make sure you don't, you know, repeat yourself and you push the boundaries and you do something else that's different and unique? Well, like I said before, this is what we do on a daily basis. It's like art. I mean, you don't paint the same picture over and over and over. You can do that, and each time you do it, it looks different. So I think, you know, also that push for technology that you mentioned a second ago, the more technology advancement, the better for our business. I mean, we have so much more flexibility to create not just color, but from a visual effects perspective and every other perspective for our clients. So whatever they seem to want from us, if we can concept that in our minds, we can create that with our tools. So we embrace the new technology. We embrace all the advancement. And it's what pushes us forward and allows us to do more things and produce more unique projects.
Come to think of it, it does feel, now that I hear about comics, it does feel like a motion comic. Was the initial vibe for it, or the DNA of it, that it feels like a comic that is now in motion?
Yeah, that's sort of like Superman. That was the actual direction from James Gunn. I colored Superman too, and the new Superman and the old one from Zack Snyder. But the new one, that was the edict, that we wanted some sort of heightened reality, so it feels in the genre, but have a sense of realism too. So it wasn't overtly stylized, but it had something where it's tangible, where you could say, you know what, this is different. And I got a lot of feedback about that, actually, from what we did. Another project that was shot digitally, but we used our color science to make look more like film, old film, to be honest, back in the day. So, a lot of things came together really well for that.
Truly an epic. Dr. Assam, when production moves across mediums and languages, how challenging is that aspect?
Well, let's talk about Manga Productions, a subsidiary of Mohammed bin Salman Foundation, MISC. At Manga Productions, our mission is not to produce anime or develop games. Our mission is to inspire the heroes of tomorrow. We believe in the power of content in shaping the future of young generations. So starting from the purpose, I can answer your question. Because if I understand my purpose, then I know that the content I'm producing, it will represent my values. It will represent my culture. It will tell the stories from Saudi Arabia, the stories of our heroes. Because if I'd like to compete in the global markets, I cannot compete by bringing stories from samurai or Viking or cowboys. It should be stories from Saudi Arabia to be very authentic. So in that aspect, if you have something original, you know that everything you are doing is totally right according to your culture. And you can take that very proudly to the world. And this is what we did with Manga Productions, achieving 1.2 billion viewerships in the past 7 years, having Saudi original IPs in more than 60 platforms, to be the first ever IP from Saudi Arabia, from Arab world to the Chinese platforms, to be the first movie from Arab world to be premiered in Hollywood in the Chinese theater. And the most interesting part is all those achievements had been accomplished by Saudi young talents. And the most interesting part is, I'm very proud of our partnerships with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education in Saudi Arabia. We are teaching manga for 3.5 million students for free in the official platforms of education in Saudi Arabia. And why is that? Because now in the era of AI, we need to invest in the brainware, in the creativity of our young generations by teaching them how to draw, how to think out of the box, how to deliver that, how to finalize it as a team, and how to present it. Those are the skills that we will need it for the next leaders in the upcoming decades. So this is the business we are doing at Manga Productions.
That's amazing. 3.5 million students over the entire timeline horizon, or currently?
Currently.
Currently. That's a big, big piece of information. Thank you for sharing that. Kevin, how does imaging innovations from lenses to virtual capture ensure fidelity from playable frame to cinematic frame?
Well, I think we're in an interesting position because our company is like we're an intermediary, so we're like obviously like a service company, we're a technology company, and our team works with the creatives to make sure that their vision comes to life. So no matter if it's like a comic or like IP from Dark Horse, or if it's manga, I think we have an interesting intersection because on the imaging pipeline. We're working on better capturing technology, capturing the light, capturing the reality, capturing or creating different textures and looks, so that whatever the original material was and however the creators want to interpret it for the big screen or for live audiences, we have the right technology to capture it correctly. And then it's probably the link to Stefan, that on the more technical, technocratic part, we have enough innovations in terms of metadata collection and all the things and the technological stuff that's underneath, so that what's being captured can still be delivered to the post house, so that those guys still have all the material and all the choices to still realize the vision, to then make it like a 360 route back to what was the original material, how should it look like, that you basically combine those two aspects, capturing the reality with the optics, with the looks, and then delivering the technology and the metadata and the essence data to the post houses to finalize the product.
Thank you. And I'm going to come back to both of you, Tim and Stefan. Do you see any common pitfalls when, across the production timeline, when finishing happens too late in the game? Do you see any common pitfalls? I'll start with you, Tim.
Yeah, in books it happens often. We tend to work with a lot of individuals, not big companies. We're working with a writer, a artist who's working on this thing, and Stefan actually said it. Some people don't have separation anxiety, don't want to let go, and there is so many artists I know who want to keep drawing every tiny little detail, and schedules get blown out of the water. You have to force them to stop. You have to get something out, and watching all of your marketing time disappear to creative dilemma, it makes it very hard sometimes. So you have to know when to stop, when to put the pencils down, and when to make the thing reality again.
Stefan, same question to you. The pitfalls when finishing happens too late in the production.
Well, every project finishes too late, period. Everything. Everything's always delayed. Live entertainment, or what we do, and it's really difficult. But at the same time, it pushes us to create the tools and the processes that make us so, I think, useful in the process, and why people come to us. Our nickname is Company 3 AM because we're 24/7 most of the time, and we're always doing last-minute fixes on a big movie like Superman, or all the big Transformers, Pirates, all the different movies I've done. You're having thousands of visual effects shots, for instance, that are always late and coming in at the last minute, and you have to deliver everything perfectly so that you can distribute it across the world now instantly, within a matter of a few weeks all around the world, and it has to be perfect. And then everybody checks everything on their phone or their iPad and looks at every frame. And if there's a problem, we get looked at in a negative way. So I think, again, it's something that pushes us towards excellence. And to be honest, it's rare that a project goes, on time. So it's just part of our DNA.
Well, how do you define the fidelity checkpoints, like the moment where you lock in the picture, sound, the general look, the tone? How do you lock that all in together?
We're finishing artists, besides other things at the company, so we get all the material at the very end from everybody. And then we look at it and make sure it's perfect in every way, and then we also finish the coloring process. And that's the last step, and then we deliver the film to the studio. So we have to incorporate all disciplines, and usually have, again, it's a team process, working with our partners. If we didn't do all the work ourselves, and all the respective companies usually are there towards the end of the project, and we work together and we make it happen. And it's like a choreographed ballet, it's a fine-tuned process. We're really good at it, and we're actually known for working on the hardest, most difficult projects that have the worst schedules. And I sort of pride myself on doing that, and always succeeding, always. And again, very passionate about what we do, and we love that. And we like the fact that people can rely on our company. in every city that we work in to make sure that their project gets delivered and everything's right.
I always wanted to know if color corrections are done specific to the format. So if you're producing a movie that's going to go out in theaters, does the reel have separate to when it goes on streaming service?
So it's a good question. Most people don't know. Most people don't even know about color until recently. You know, we were these sort of unsung artists that nobody knew about. Yeah, I mean, I think in general.
Shall I repeat the question? So, I mean, I recently got into the podcasting game, so I understand coloring now.
Yeah.
And it made me think when a movie goes onto theaters, so use of a reel.
Yeah, but just.
Is it different to when I'm watching it on Apple TV?
Yeah, I just didn't sleep well last night. So, yeah, the formats. The good news about the projects these days are there are lots of different formats. I mean, a film like Superman has 10 or 12 different formats.
Wow.
So you have to think about it. You have the P3, which is the projection for the theater. Then you have the Dolby Vision, which is a different type of projection. Then there's a new Barco projection, which is a different projection. Then you have a 3D at a certain light level. And then you have Dolby 3D. And then you have Barco 3D. And then you have, and those are just projection formats. And then you have home video, which is what we see on TV or streaming for any device. So, you know, screen agnostic, really. And those have different formats as well. You have HDR, which is a high dynamic range. You have Dolby Vision high dynamic range format. You have a standard dynamic range SDR format. You have a Rec 709 deliverable. I mean, it's just, and then you have a 3D TV format as well. So I just mentioned, you know, 10 formats right there. I think that it was 10. And the good news is it's good for the company, right? Because we used to have like 1 or 2 different deliverables.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult process, and you have to have specific color lookup tables, color management systems and technology to make sure that, and that's what our special sauce is, if you will. And that gives us, I think, a leg up on others, because wherever you look at our show, like the F1 movie that I just did, you know, whether it's on your phone or your iPad or on the screen or on IMAX. I forgot, by the way, IMAX too. You have 2 different IMAX formats, so there's 12 formats. So everything has to look the same and has to represent the creative direction from the director or the DP or both or the studio. So it's a long process that we are really good at, and it took a lot of time to get there.
It's a whole nother world.
It's a whole nother world. People don't realize it. They just pick up their phone or they go to the movies and they don't understand how much work goes into that.
I've never felt so lucky just making books.
One edition for all, yeah?
Yeah.
Dr. Assam, is there one single rule when it comes to the creativity production element for what you do at Magna Productions? Is there a unified rule that you find yourself always following?
Let me share here 2 rules.
Please.
The first one is the purpose. Always we should ask ourselves, does this IP match our purpose, which is inspiring heroes of tomorrow? Will the kids of today, will the youth of today come to us after 30 years and say to us, thank you for producing this IP to us or not? So this is number 1. Number 2, if I'm targeting Gen Z, I cannot target them by the mentalities of 40s, 50s, 60s. Let me share with you one interesting story here. I'm leading another company called Manga Arabia. So the head of manga creation, his name is a Saudi young man called Uday. He's 27 years old. He came to me and said, Dr. Issam, I'm in big trouble. I told him, why? He said, I discovered that I became very old. What I like is not what our teenagers in the 15 or 20 years old really like at our manga IPs. So if a 27 years old gentleman is saying that, what should we say to ourselves? So the rule here is empower the youth. Give them the trust. Your role as a CEO or as a leader will be to make their life easier, to solve all the problems, to remove all the barriers so they can succeed. So always I use this terminology. We have democracy in opinions, but dictatorship in implementation. So when we are talking together, you should forget that you are the CEO. The power is not for the position. The power is for the ideas. And that's why always I'm telling my team, positions will not last. Titles, chairs will not last. What will last is the good impact we are creating. Those impacts will last for decades, and if we are lucky, for centuries.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very empowering to allow people in the company, be it middle managers or juniors, to feel empowered by conveying their message across and knowing that they have the ear of the CEO who's going to be attentive and put them in a position where they can feel empowered. It's good for their confidence.
Yeah. Can I say something there?
Please,
too?
yes,
I
absolutely.
think one of the most important lessons I learned as a founder, CEO founder, was to hire people as smart or smarter than myself and empower them to succeed. And it's the hardest thing to do, like you said, because you want to manage, you want to control, you want to know everything. And it sort of stifles people and doesn't let them shine and succeed and grow. So to me, that's one of the most important things I ever learned. And it was a difficult lesson, too, because it's certainly hard to let go when you're the boss or you started the company. It's the hardest thing. So I applaud you for that. That was something I always say to my team, too.
Well, thank you very much. I think we should all understand that we are in the positions to have reverse mentorship. So I will not be shy to tell my team, you understand TikTok better than me. You understand Webtoon better than me. Teach me. What do you think is better for our audiences? So I think having that mindset is critical and very important for any leaders from now on.
Yeah, and I think it's important to park your ego. There's a great book called Ego is the Enemy. And if you can just park it and realize that sometimes that you might not have the best idea because you are the oldest in the room or the most experienced. My 8-year-old does things on my phone that I didn't know he was capable of. That's another story. Kevin, I want to get your input on this, and then we can go down the panel because I know we have 5 minutes left. Is there a non-negotiable that you have that you enforce on every project you touch, like this specific way of operation that is just non-negotiable?
I might bend the answer to the question a little bit in terms of like one non-negotiable for a project that I impose, or like one rule that we live by, and because I want to tailor it a little bit to also Saudi Arabia. We're a global company, but what's important for us, what's kind of non-negotiable, is if you want to move forward and want to go ahead, you need to like build and deepen local partnerships. And that's very important for us as a company, founded in Germany, headquartered in Germany over 100 years ago, globally active, but it needs to be with local partnerships, similar to what you mentioned earlier. So for us, 2 years ago, we started the collaboration with the General Entertainment Authority. We were lucky that His Excellency visited us, and then we started some kind of collaboration between ARI and Saudi Arabia and the GIA in specific. About a year ago, we joined the grand opening of the Al Hassan studio. Just yesterday, I think Mr. Adnan Kayal announced that they have the first, in the region, the first ARI-accredited virtual production stage here. And just this year, we did the first project together with Alamiya and Sultan and his colleagues for live boxing, to employ our technology there. And it's always our company with the local team here, with the local partnership, and also by way of doing this, bringing the local talent along to also educate the local folks in what this industry means, to help grow the local talent, doing that in the future, so that the local Saudi economy, the local people, the young people that you mentioned, that they have the chance to grow in this entertainment industry, to feel the joy and also bring the joy to their peers and to their next generation. So that's a guiding principle for us.
Pun intended or no pun intended with joy?
Maybe, I won't tell.
Okay. Dr. Aslam, for you, any non-negotiables in your ways of operation?
Maybe I mentioned that in the purpose, but let me say that we learn always in Harvard negotiation style win-win.
Yep.
But I think for the upcoming years, it will be happy. Because win-win means one party will win, one party will lose. So I think it's very important to understand what are the situations, what are the conditions of other parties. In the same time, you have your values, and we share the same common goals. So I think sharing that same common goal, even we have different languages, different cultures, different generations, we can overcome all those differences.
Absolutely. Stefan?
I would say mediocrity. Good enough is okay. It drives me crazy. I can't tolerate it. And I can't tolerate anybody in my company that has that same sensibility. You know, we're here to be the best. We're here to work as hard as we can. Client's always right. And we perform as best we can every single time. And if you're the best in the business, which I think we are, you have to sacrifice a lot. I sacrifice many things that we don't need to get into. Just like a sports player, you concentrate fully. All your focus is on your fitness and your discipline, whatever sport it is, and you're constantly striving to be better. And that's what I insist with everybody at the company, and I think we have that. We have a great group of people, and all the credit to them. They do a great job.
Thank you. Tim, we'll wrap with you.
You have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to try hard enough at something you've never done before and be willing to just have it go completely off the rails. Sitting down and just saying, this is fine, we can get it done, it'll be okay. Why bother then? Well, what's the point? If you aren't going to push harder than everybody else in the room, it's not worth doing.
Are you big on experimentation?
Yeah, you have to be. You have to be looking for something new always. If you stop moving, you're dead. That you have to find new voices. You have to find new stories. You have to find new places to take a story that no one has ever done before. And if you're not willing to constantly hunt for those things and push as hard as you can for them, it's just you're old news at that point.
Yeah. Motion creates emotion, the old saying.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you.
it. And thank you everyone for
Thank
watching.
you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. For this last session, the title of this panel is Rights, Culture and Audiences. I'd like to welcome on stage Salim Al-Hindi, CEO of Rotana, as well as Leela Parsa and Alfonso Perez Soto. Welcome all. بنبدأ أول فقرة باللغة العربية وثم بننتقل على
I would like to start the first part in Arabic and then we will switch into English. Mr. Salim, today the world is going through huge transformation in the relationship of the artist with the rights and with the integration of AI. A lot of people are asking, is it a threat or just a beginning of a new era and a system?
أظن الميكروفون. Yes.
بداية طبعا أشكر دعوتكم لي وأشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر. أنا أشوف الثري المفيد طبعا
beneficial and supportive conference, and I would like to extend my sincere thanks for His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, who allowed us the chance and gathered us with a group of companies and individuals where we can exchange expertise. Definitely, this is beneficial for us as a production company. We start with Rotana. Rotana, since 3 decades, we have been through different stages. At the beginning, it was with the cassette, then we moved to the CD, and then to the digital and e-forms and platforms. We have suffered a lot from piracy. Whenever a new technology is being launched, we had fears about the new technology. We have moved to with the depth of technology, we found out that this is beneficial for us as a production company. On the level of rights, maybe I can say that 99% all the rights are existing in terms of the content, the catalog. Of course, this accelerating development stands by the benefits of the company, not against. Mr. Salim, from your own experience, do you see that the new technology helps with the rights of the artists in a better way or increases the complexities? Of course, the more there are more protections for the right, the more it helps the artist. We are as a production company, if there are no rights and the rights are wasted in the world or the Arab world, I cannot have an agreement with the artist. I cannot meet their requirements. But if there are but I see that the value is more and larger if since it doesn't have more rights. If I ask you to describe the relationship between artists and technology in one word, from my own point of view, it's an integrated relationship. Of course, technology have helped a lot. There are giants with us. We have Mr. Mohammed Abdu.
أكيد يعني هم كانوا يعانون في البدايات.
Definitely, they were suffering at the beginning due the multi-track, the huge one, and now it's way easier. Of course, technology has helped them so much in the integration. And now we will switch into Arabic. Of course, the interpreting is existing on the channel 1.
Lilia Parsa, join us on
Number
stage as well
8,
as Alfonso Perez
Lilia
Soto.
Parcel, please, or you can join us.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Lilia, I'll start with you as president of Capitol Records. You've seen how artists and labels navigate disruption throughout your career. How's AI transforming the relationship between labels and artists in today's world?
I think AI should be used as a tool, right? So it shouldn't replace creativity. It should just be additive to it. You know, we as a label protect our artists. So without their consent, we don't want their voice being copied or anything like that. So I think for us, it's more using it as a tool.
Is there a way that AI is helping labels better understand or connect with audiences, away from algorithms and data and all that? Is there a way that AI is helping us connect better?
I think, for example, when we have, you know, a great way to promote our artists is when they're on the road. So doing live shows, and you know, they go around the world, they tour, they perform, and I think where, you know, the new technology can help is that we can spread it and maximize its growth. So when we have an artist in touring Europe, the US, everywhere around the world, we can use the technology to expand to make sure it's reaching our audiences globally.
Mm-hmm. Alfonso, same question to you. How's the AI era helping artists connect with respective audiences?
Mo, I think that the first thing that I would love to share with the audience is understanding what we are talking about. So if the AI or Gen Music AI genie is out of the bottle, I would love to share with you and understand what exactly means in terms of quality. So actually this morning, I was with Lilia, you know, on a particular service. We wrote a couple of prompts, love song, acoustic, pop, English, male voice. And I would love to share and please play the song that we created this morning.
No more tears, no more pain. She won't fall in love again. Her eyes tell tales she'll never speak, of promises that turn so bleak. The sunset fades, they'll colors bleed, but in her chest no hearts will beat. Love is a thief, it stole her flame, left her with nothing but her name. A million words but none explain why she'll never love again. She's love-proof, love-proof. Built her walls to stay aloof. No more tears, no more pain. She won't fall in love again.
So for you be amazed, this product took 40 seconds to be created.
This morning?
This morning. Me and we just basically, we know the prompts because we are people from the industry. I mean, you can add more on the artistic side.
Yeah, I think we added some keywords. Obviously, that's what came out of it. And I think on a creative level, how it could be useful to writers, producers, artists is maybe they pull an idea, a concept. If they're stuck, if they're in the studio creating something and they're like, oh, we need some more inspiration. Using it as a tool is kind of an example from like, that was just something that we put in there. That's what we were feeling in the moment. We just typed it in there. So how can artists utilize that to their advantage?
But there is human intervention here, because what happens is all this selection that artificial intelligence does comes from pulling, for hundreds of thousands of songs that they have in the data set. So what happens? You put the prompts and in like a search, obey you, and basically pull it and put it together in a very coherent way as you just, hear. So, but there is attribution. There is copyrights that need to be respected, and without the human intervention of the database, the service cannot go on. And this is part of what commercially, legally, ethically is the discussion that is happening now in this crossroad that the industry is facing.
I'm going to relay this next one to Mr. Salim. الأخ ألونزو بيقول إنه الأغنية اللي سمع لنا إياها سواها اليوم بالصبح
He says that the song we had, he created within 40 seconds. My questions for you, how can we balance between innovation and preserving culture, especially in the era of AI? We have witnessed that it could be copied. Any voice or sound, do you think that this is something threatening? As long as we are preserving the copyright and the identity of song, I don't believe that there are any threats. Well, the threat lies if a song has been distorted, or if they use the print of the artist, him or herself. So far, there are no clear legalizations for AI. It's now under establishment. We won't recede, or we don't want to think ahead. But I believe that in the future, we believe that AI is going to be beneficial for this industry. However, it has to be utilized and deployed in the correct manner.
AI is a threat to the music industry. Is it a threat to originality as a whole?
I think in general, and going off of what you guys were talking about, is it's our job as a record label to protect our artists. So I think under no circumstances are we going to let our artists' voices be spread without their consent. And I think that's our number one job. It's when artists sign to a record label, they trust us to protect them. And I think as a label, that's what I'm thinking every day.
So it can enhance creativity when guided under the correct framework.
Exactly.
Alonso, I see you nodding to that. You wanted to ask?
Yes, of course. I think that you have different tools. There are tools that are helping us, for example, to expand the ability to commercialize catalogs, creating new remixes, transforming songs in certain language into other languages, helping us in frontline also to, do much better work on the engineering side, on the producing side, adding stems, adding, anything that can bring more quality to the song. Those are okay because there is a human intervention. And keep in mind that copyright and what is a human intervention using the tools is absolutely, the proper way to do it. The issue is when we create a full song with only prompts, and you just try to monetize and publish. There are now two situations. One, the ones that are looking for actual reach and license agreement for pay for the attribution of the songs that are in the data set. For example, in Level Labs, got and reach an agreement with Cobalt, with Merlin, and there is some kind of like a precedence of what happened. Or even yesterday was announced that the Spotify reached an agreement with Warner, with Sony, with Universal, with Merlin, and we believe that they are going to create a respectful tool that is going to be used for AI and is going to be remunerated in a reasonable way. So those are the actors and the players. They are trying to work, in cohering with the IP and respectful with the songwriters and artists. The other part, and there is some kind of like situations in court where major labels are suing some of the developers, as could be Suno or Urio, where we are confronting what they consider what is defined as a fair use. So what is fair use? Fair use is like I can take a little pieces of a song that is not depriving for the commercialization of the song, and as I acquire that song, I can use it for another attribution. However, they are facing this situation. The way that they access to the millions of songs that is in the database was actually ripping off the music from YouTube. So they didn't access legally to the music. So you cannot claim fair use when you are sourcing your database with music that was not fairly, acquired. This is the first, I would say, flaw that they have the argument. But the question is, fair use is a concept that needs to be developed to the new technologies. Because fair use was considered that you are going to take a little piece of one song to mix it with a full original song or piece of art. However, what happened now is that thousands of fair uses from different songs in the stems, in the chords, in the voices, are creating one single song. And I think that as happens, technology goes always ahead of the legal and core findings, but I think that in the future, and this is just an opinion, fair use has to validate, that this aggregation of fair use, it cannot be turned into something that give you the permission to use it for free without paying, reasonably authors, composers, and performers.
So over the last couple of days, a few clips were going viral of 50 Cent singing blues or Elvis rapping, and it was actually intriguing. Is that potential for something to come whereby the artist can get royalties or income on some through that new genre of AI?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The attribution should basically remunerate the original work. And also it's very important that the original work in terms of the recording has to be linked to, in my view as well, to the recording that made that song popular. Because there is a little trick here, or a thread, that is what happens if I'm populating the data set with covers instead of with the original songs, and the attribution goes on the monetization for a lower cost because of whatever is the commercial, agreement they might reach with other providers. I think that all those things are probably at this moment where things are in court, maybe probably are negotiations in order to reach an agreement, and they have to take all these things into consideration, So the real inspiration in the attribution for those songs is remunerated properly.
Lilia, if you had to reimagine what artist development means in the AI era, how would you reimagine that term?
I think, the biggest challenge right now for artists that are starting is there's so much, content coming out, right, every day. So how do you catch people's attention through it all? There's thousands and thousands and thousands. So I think it challenges artists to think deeper, push themselves, and they have to cut through the noise.
And what do you fear, or what do you sense would be the biggest change that the industry will see in the next 5 years? Is there something that you're anticipating positively, or worried that something will happen that you don't want to happen in the industry, away from AI? Because we talked about AI a lot.
I think we have, I'm always a positive person, so I'm going to take the positive outlook on it.
I love that.
But I think it's about how the music industry embraces AI, but with parameters. you know, and making sure, like going back to what I said, is using it for our artists, for their advantage, but protecting them.
Please.
Yeah, if you allow me to,
Yeah.
I think that at the end of the day, a good song is a good song. Technology has been evolving. In the 50s and the 60s, people was going to studios with instruments and recording directly. Now, until now, they were with Pro Tools, and they are keeping delivering great music. At the end of the day, there is a human being that has to decide what is really catchy, what is the rhythm, the beat, what is the tone, what is the lyrics. They are going to be, you know, a hit. And that is not going to do AI. AI is going to help you. It's going to give you more tools. But the decision at the end relies in an artist, in a record label manager, in a promoter that decides, I want to play this music because this is good.
سالم، إذا بنطلع على ال5 سنين الجاية، تتوقع الفرص أكثر من التحديات، ولا في أي شيء أنت يعني خايف منه بيصير في ال5 سنين الجاية؟
والله شوف الاثنين تقريبا نفس الشيء، نقدر نقول 50-50 بين الفرص وبين التحديات.
50-50 between challenges and opportunities. As far as the opportunities,
كتالوج قديم.
We might have an old catalog and maybe redistribute the instruments to improve the music production. As far as the challenges, the fear is of distorting the songs and also violations of intellectual property. All these elements are taken into consideration, and as we feared the previous advanced applications, at the end of the day, we know that it's going to be to the benefit of the industry.
Preserving the rights is maybe the biggest threat to the music industry. Any other fears, more optimistic in the next 5?
I think it shouldn't. You know, I think we keep using the same words, but, you know, it is a tool and it shouldn't replace creativity. So I think it's up to us and, you know, how do we adapt, but how do we embrace it at the same time, you know?
And I'll close with you, Alfonso. Where do you think the next 5 years will take us?
I'm incredibly optimistic. I think that we are going to provide amazing tools for a lot of people to create music. Music is a fundamental piece of us, you know, as a human beings. You know, we cannot live without music. We are going to have access to a lot of people that is going to have great ideas and going to get the tools to get and create more music. So, the challenge is going to be in the marketing to make, as always has been the challenge, how a great song can reach the audience, reach the tipping point, and being a super hit. For that, still, you need a team of people that is going to use all tools, all media, new media, and obviously artificial intelligence to make that song a hit. So in many ways, we are evolving. We are getting access to more people to create great content. So music is still part of us, and it's going to be a big winner in the cultural transformation and globalization for us, you know.
So I moderated a panel yesterday related to the movie business and how movies have become borderless and they travel and more global through streaming services. Are we seeing something similar in the music industry where music is traveling cross borders more than ever before as well? I'll start. I'll go with you, Lilia, and then I'll...
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, to what Alfonso said, at the end of the day, a great music prevails all. So, you know, you can use AI, you cannot, but a great song will always find the light. A great artist will always find the light. And I think, yeah, I mean...
Give you an idea.
Yeah.
When you are today in a studio in LA and you have to use samples, maybe if you want to add a Khaliji beat into a mainstream pop, your options are very limited or null. However, you know, if you love that beat and you want to integrate it, the data set of plenty of music coming from Saudi can help to put that Khaliji beat in that mainstream pop that a producer is creating in LA. and the options are going to be exponentially much bigger than today, just going to a very limited collection.
Yeah, I think Jay-Z was one of the first to do it 20 years ago in one of his songs.
There you go.
The Khaliji beat, if I'm not mistaken. I think that wraps up this panel. Thank you so much. Shukran lak, Ustad Salim. Thank you, Alfonso. And thank you for everyone in the audience today. Shukran al-afiyah. Shukran lak. Islam. Shukran. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for an extraordinary day. 2 questions, 2 voices, and we'll close with a note with a new age. Mr. Islam.
I'm going to keep you in the middle.
Okay. From the session you led, what journey did you hear the industry is on? Put it in one statement, one sentence, one verb.
One statement, I would say the overarching message that I've gotten from yesterday's panels and today was authenticity and the importance of holding integrity when it comes to content creation. Know who you are. Let's not copy. Copy doesn't really make it far. Be original. And again, just integrity when it comes to all things culture, because that's what people want to see. They want to see something original.
Great, thank you. Mr. Morgan, what opportunities should we seize in the next 12 months? One move, one metric.
Well, I think that, first of all, thank you for staying to the end. Thank you. I love audience members who, through a whole long day, stay to the end. It's great to see. I've loved it. I think coming to Riyadh, I've come here twice now in the last 6 months. There's an incredible energy in this place. It radiates from the people and the people that you're attracting here. I think if you look at the names that appeared today, you're getting some of the biggest names in the world who want to be part of what Saudi Arabia is doing, what Riyadh is doing. And I think the clear messaging for me from the people that I interviewed was, if you want to be entrepreneurial and successful in business, you've got to back yourself, be unafraid to take risks, don't worry about failing occasionally, learn from failure, keep going, keep moving forward, be passionate about what you're doing, or you won't want to put the extra hours in. And ultimately, if you do all those things and you have a good idea, you're going to be successful. And I found that a really empowering message. And I think that most of the audience reacted very well to that, I think. And ultimately, just back yourself. Think about all the people. I've interviewed this morning Cristiano Ronaldo. This evening I interviewed Novak Djokovic. And what links those two guys? They came from absolutely nothing. They backed themselves. They backed themselves to become the greatest footballer and tennis player in history. And anyone can do that. They weren't born into money or privilege or anything. They just backed themselves and became the best at what they can do. That is, I think, the takeaway. If you've got a good idea, back yourself and go for it.
Thank you. To our speakers, partners, guests, thank you for trusting Saudi as your global meeting point. See you next year in a bigger stage, bigger story, braver stories, and enjoy.
Awesome. Pleasure.
Thanks, Piers.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.